So, hello and welcome to Media Musings. Um, I I chose this movie for Father's Day because I as those of you who follow my channel somewhat regularly know, my father recently passed away, and um, it was between Fantasia, which was his favorite Disney, picture, um, Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, which was the last movie we had seen together, or Dune. And to go into why I eventually chose Dune, because he was a big fan of the books and he had mixed feelings about the 1980 adaptation with Sting, but I I do have a something of a bit of a rant about WB being a bunch of fucking cowards, because I understand it's like illogical emotional anger that I'm feeling at WB, because if you look at the history of Dune adaptations, greenlighting a Dune adaptation is a very risky move. But on on the other hand, if they hadn't waited to greenlight Dune Part 2 until they saw how Dune did in theaters, it would have been out in time for my dad to have seen it before he died. And we definitely left the theaters when we went and saw Dennis Villeneuve's Dune Part 1, hoping that a sequel does get, that a part 2 does get greenlit, because in our opinion, this was probably the best adaptation you can ask for in a movie format.
No one gets to tell you how to grieve.
Yeah.
And we can sit here and we can say, but that's not how the film industry works.
Yeah.
And, of course, they were going to wait to see if one was a success before greenlighting two. Yeah, all that makes sense.
Yeah.
And I think this is actually a theme we will discuss in this movie, because there's a few characters in this movie who are, I'll say, emotionally compromised.
Yeah.
And their behavior is not what a lot of people might consider within the normal bounds of behavior. And what people need to understand is, when you're grieving, you're not in a normal situation. Like,
Yeah.
you are reacting to a situation that you've never been in before. And so for you to say, I blame WB for not releasing this movie, like, you're bargaining. You are bargaining from a psychological standpoint, but you are entitled to do that. And anyone who says otherwise can fight me. So,
And me.
I'm with you here that, yes, I understand from an objective point of view, it was never going to happen. If your dad was always going to die when he died, then he was never going to see part two. Yeah. I also think you are well within your rights to be angry that he didn't get to see part two.
Yeah.
And both of those things are allowed to be true at once. Because this movie is... there's a lot to discuss.
Yeah.
and there's a lot to discuss with a lot of nuance. So I think just for this one stream, let's have a general rule of when someone says something, let's let them finish the thought out loud before jumping in, because this is not a movie you can make one statement about without qualifying it 4 different ways.
Yeah.
And if you don't qualify it 4 different ways, you're going to give the wrong impression of what your point you're making.
Oh wait, sorry. There is one statement you can make about this movie without having to qualify it 4 different ways. But this is the exception that proves the rule.
I would have said that it's the best film adaptation so far that's been done, and
well, my exception that proves the rule of statements made about this movie that don't have to be qualified 4 ways. Hans Zimmer 100% deserves the Oscar he got for this score.
Yeah, the score on this movie is fantastic. Like, I'm getting to the point with movies where I know if I've noticed the score, it's a Hans Zimmer score.
Yeah.
And there's nothing wrong with that. In fact, I think that's brilliant. So yeah, this movie. Now, do we want to tackle it chronologically or thematically? Because, like, from a plot point of view, this movie, not a lot happens.
Yeah.
Like, this movie is, in any other franchise, this movie is the first 30 minutes of the action movie. And it's 2.5 hours long.
And
so we can do it plot-wise or we can do it thematically.
And this movie, basically what Dennis Villeneuve did when he went towards adapting Dune is he basically split the book in half. So this is pretty much the first half of the novel. But
excuse me, I've seen physical copies of that novel. They are fucking huge, and this is only the first half of it. How much exposition did this man do? No wonder I blocked out reading it as a preteen.
That being, like, there are scenes that were in this chunk of the novel that I wish made it into the movie, but I understand why they didn't. But right, before that,
have to say, do not assume I know anything about the books because I read the book 20 years ago and I've blocked out most of it.
But like before we get into that, there is a brief addendum that I feel that we very much failed to neglect, or that we very much failed to mention last week when we were covering Pride. That it had the best use of the one F-bomb in a PG-13 movie ever.
It did. It also had a fantastic use of repeated soundtrack motifs in the use of 2 tribes.
Yeah. But
so yeah, go take these little 2-minute clip and drop it onto last week, please.
Yeah, but yeah, I felt like we were doing that. We would be doing our discussion on Pride a disservice if we didn't at least do a post-discussion addendum in recognition of Margaret fucking Thatcher.
Yeah. Like Margaret fucking Thatcher. So this movie, let's do this movie thematically, because I feel like if we do it chronologically, we're gonna miss shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now I've got a list of themes I've drawn out on this movie. Some of them some of them I fully expect pushback on because it's me. I've watched the movie and I don't think like a normal human being. Which brings me to theme number 1, thinking like a normal human being.
Yeah.
None of these people do. None of these people are Like, all of these people would struggle to prove to a court psychiatrist that they were sane.
Yeah.
Like, you've got the mother who is, I want to say zealot, but it goes beyond that. She's a fanatic. She's an extremist. You've got the father who does not think like royalty, because they are essentially royalty, right?
Yeah.
They are dukes. They are royalty. They are second only to the emperor. Which is right, because usually the only ranks that outrank dukes in most European structures are princes and kings. Like, there's a reason the British royal family, Harry is the Duke of Sussex and Will is the Duke of Cornwall or something. Like, it's because those are titles they are granted alongside being royalty. Now, he doesn't think like a royalty. Like, he thinks in terms of human beings, not in terms of profit or anything like that. He's very involved in his son's life for someone of that rank. Like, he's incredibly involved with his son. You've got the way they treat their servants is like, that's obviously designed to appeal to a modern audience who think, you know, if they treat their servants kindly and don't make them bow to them and run up and hug them like they're old friends rather than servants, that humanizes them.
The servants are the emotional support force, to steal a phrase from James Somerton.
Yeah. But the servants are very much, they are there to show us, oh, these uber rich people who you have nothing in common with actually do have human emotions. That's what they're there
for. I may have to interject on that.
You know, the armorer, like Duncan and the other guy, and also like the doctor, like they are only in this plot, like within the film itself, not in the book or anything else, but within the film itself. They are only plot devices to humanize Paul. They are there so you understand as the audience that Paul listens to people who are below him in rank and is willing to learn from people who he knows are more intelligent than him but don't have the advantages of his birth.
And
that's what they're there for in this film. And like, they might be there for other things later on, but that's what they're there for in this
film. And that is one of the reasons why I said that it's the best adaptation of Dune as a movie, because especially in the first half of the book, there is a lot of Game of Thrones political back maneuvering that you don't see in the movie.
I mean, you get a hint of it, because I've got that on my list.
You get a hint of it, but and you know, Gurney Halleck and you know, Duncan Idaho and Thufir Hawat and Dr. Yue are a lot more involved characters
than that.
Yeah.
But again, like the thing with, so for example, like there's no Duke's son, like, and also like I do have to point out this child, this young man, okay, because he's not a child, he's a young man who pays attention to these people, listens to the things they say, like he thinks he's above them. Like he says, they've been taught superstition. They see what they've been told to see. Like he thinks he's objectively more intelligent than these people because he doesn't believe the superstition that they're carrying. And his plot arc in this movie is growing into becoming the embodiment of their superstition without necessarily believing that he is that. It's a classic Chosen One plot arc. You know, very, you know, Joseph Campbell, hero's journey. But the way he reacts to people is very weird for a child of that kind of rank. Like, he breaks protocol utterly at important moments of meetings. He, like, there's a great moment where his mother tells him, your father wants you fully dressed for the arrival of the ambassador. And he says military, or what's the other word he uses?
No, he asks military, and she replies ceremonial.
Yes, exactly. And it's really telling that the ceremonial dress of our protagonist, like, as much as we are geared to want to like this boy and to root for him, his ceremonial dress is very Hugo Boss 1935. And
It's giving
so
fash. It's definitely giving fash.
It's very fash. So is the way the soldiers are lined up. So is the way the banners are done. Like, it's very fash. And so throughout this whole thing, like, he does certain things and then immediately undercuts them by doing something that you'd expect from a graduate of the Hitler Youth.
Yeah.
And you're always primed. You're primed to root for this kid because he's the one being targeted and everything else. And then he'll do something wacky, like a movement that looks like that's like only 2 steps away from a Sig Heil at the start of a battle, and you're just like, what the fuck? Who is this kid? And it's a very interesting play of the mental state of these people, who can both believe they are the victims of an emperor who wants to destroy them, and are also the living embodiment of an obviously fascist state and family.
Yeah.
Like, that's a very, like, especially in a modern context where we've seen how fascists can create that victim mentality in their own minds. That's a very interesting thing to see on a movie.
Yeah.
One thing I will say, I think part of, and this is just, me, and what I got from, and what I remember from when I read the book, again, back in like middle school, because Dune, Frank Herbert's Dune series was one of my father's favorites. So he introduced me to it. We watched the 1980s, like, thing, like, and I loved it. At the time, I was like, oh, this is good. I mean, it wasn't as great as the book, but it was nice to see it on screen. I think part of the reason, I do think it matters that Duke Leto never actually married Jessica. She was a concubine. And I think because of that second classery of his mother, that served to kind of shape how Paul sees other people, because his mother was treated like the lady of the house and was treated well, but she wasn't actually married to the Duke. She was his concubine because he needed to leave himself available for a potential political marriage. And that's why there's the scene in the movie, and Leto and Jessica and Ben, he's like, I should have married you, where he's like, I love you. And he could have had multiple concubines, but he only had the one because he loved Jessica. But the reason he didn't marry her was for political reasons.
Politically expedient match.
Being a Bene Gesserit, she was not politically advantageous to him in his house. So I think that would have left a bit of a sour taste in Paul's mouth, obviously, and I think that would have helped shape his views growing up.
Yeah, that does illuminate a lot of his behavior as, oh, these people are the same rank as my mother. So, and my rank is like, what you need to understand is when you're the child of aristocracy like that, but your mother's not married to him, your entire rank, your entire sense of self is hinged on your father's goodwill and on your father being in control. So he's as much at his father's mercy as the servants, which very much, I think, if he has the capacity to understand that, probably does explain a lot of the way he treats the servants, because it's very weird.
Yeah,
and like I said, that was my take on it. Like when I read the book, and just because I know like political marriages and like bastard children, like he was a legitimate heir.
Yeah.
He was the only heir because there were no other concubines or anything. But you know, if his father ever was forced into a political marriage, then theoretically he could still name him as
He
an
would
heir, but
be.
he could have been, you know, Paul could have lost his position as heir. I don't think Leto would have done that because he truly did love Jessica and she was
Yeah.
the only woman he
He did.
wanted.
And he took a lot of interest in Paul, which you're not going to do that if the child is not being groomed to be the heir. And I say
Exactly.
groomed in the sense of groomed of the heir, not groomed in other ways.
Yeah.
But there will always be, like, as loving a father as Leto comes across as in this movie, there will always be that sense for Paul that his entire world hinges on his father's goodwill and on his father not having to make a political marriage.
And so having having connections with people lower on the rank, because you never know, one day he could be one of them. And like I said, I think it had a humanizing effect on him and it helped him to really like see himself as, you know, closer to the people that are technically below him because he is the heir to the title. He's the heir to the Duke. But his closeness to them is, you know, I think it played a role. Like at least that was always
I
my
do,
reading on it.
and I think now's a good time to discuss the cemetery scene. That's a nice segue into the cemetery scene where he says to his, basically tells his father, I don't want it. And his father says, yeah, that's what I said to my old man too.
Yeah.
And you've got this, I do enjoy the way Dune uses settings, because as they're talking about the future of the family, as they're talking about Paul's future and the future of their empire and how they are going to take over the spice trade and everything else, which I don't think it's an accident that that drug's called spice either when you're talking about a spice trade. It's very, you know, let's get galleons and go try and take over India.
It's very imperialist, yes.
Yeah, it's very imperialist, but the fact that that conversation happens in the cemetery that holds their ancestors.
Yeah.
And the foreshadowing.
It's not subtle foreshadowing at all.
Oh yeah, and like you know, Leto's father and the bull is a big like constant thematic foreshadowing in the book.
Yes, and it's very Minoan. The bull.
Yeah.
And as a historian, this movie fascinates me because it pulls from about 6 or 7 different historical eras and meshes them together in a really interesting way.
And very seamlessly. Like it really does paint like a world that, while you can pull out little bits and pieces that, you know, have like historical value, the way it's all been woven, it paints this tapestry where it feels like its own unique thing, and it is very rich and vibrant and living. Like that is one thing, like the world has an alive quality to it that a lot of other writers I feel kind of fall a little bit short. Like a lot of sci-fi and fantasy I've read can be kind of flat, whereas this it feels very fluid and alive, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's like when I read a book, I get a sense of the narrative lay of the land, if you like, and I know that I am only seeing the surface. When I read a good book, I know that the author can go down 10,000 years into the archaeology of the surface. And it all makes sense because that's where they've built it from. Even if it's not in the book, I know it's there and I get the sense that it's there and it might come into play later. Like the best books have got a history in them that it doesn't necessarily have to be on the page, but it has to be in the author's head.
Yeah.
Like I don't have to know the ins and outs of why they banned AI. But if the author doesn't, that's going to show.
Yeah,
Like,
honestly, you're right. Like when you think about it, like even if they don't tell you exactly why, as long as they're keeping it in their head, there will be subtle hints and little nuggets that, taking the text as a whole, you'll be able to see and piece it together.
Yeah.
yeah. And
And
it's
I think
honestly
that's
like,
good world building.
it's also really telling that they drip feed the prophecy.
Yeah.
Like they drip feed the prophecy throughout with, random lines spoken by people here and there. You cannot do that if you have not created a coherent plot and you don't know what the prophecy is before you start.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you
Because
end up
then you
with
get
plot holes
nonsense.
and
No, because
nonsense.
then you get nonsense like neither can live while the other survives. Ding, 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 I'm the winner for the channel punching bag. You get nonsense like that, which is fucking ridiculous.
Yeah.
And was clearly cobbled together like at the last minute.
Yeah.
And has no historical value within the text. It's like we're talking about a prophecy that's supposedly 10,000 years old.
Yeah.
So for a prophecy to survive that long,
Well,
like
not exactly
it will
10,000
develop
years
a
old.
history.
It's probably closer to like 4 or 5,000 years old.
Yeah, but for it to even survive that long, it's got to
Yeah.
have a history to it. We're talking
True.
about a prophecy, like we're talking about if Aristotle had written a prophecy and we still knew about it.
I
Yeah.
mean, although part of it also is the prophecy itself came from the Bene Gesserits, and they have been feeding it,
Yeah.
so they weren't going to let it die because it's part of their plan.
But the thing is that prophecy, yeah, they weren't going to let it die,
Yeah.
but it has to have a life of its own. Otherwise, they're just going to keep feeding it and feeding it and feeding it, and nothing's going to happen with it. Like it has to, as this is the beauty of fiction, right? Fiction has to be fundamentally honest, which is a massive like paradox because fiction is lies, right? Fiction is people lying for a living, but it has to be fundamentally honest and it has to tap into aspects of humanity. And one of the aspects of humanity that it has to tap into is our curiosity.
Yeah.
And if human beings were not curious about that prophecy because they dismissed it or because it was nonsense or anything else, if the Freemen weren't curious about that prophecy, it would never have taken on a life of its own in the way this movie shows it has, no matter how much it was drip fed into the society.
True. And like one thing I will say about writers are manipulators, like in a good way, like a good writer will manipulate the readers to be exactly where they want them to be. They'll drip feed things, or they'll foreshadow other things, or they'll hide something until the end, all to send you on this roller coaster of emotions. And a good writer is an amazing manipulator, but again, in a good way.
And
So writers out there, use it for good, not evil.
Yeah, it's like there's a concept in psychology of reflexivity. And what reflexivity is when you hear something or when you come across an idea or when you have if you're a therapist and you have a client, don't just listen to what they are saying, sit with what they are doing is how it's making you feel. Like, why am I angry that this boy who I'm supposed to root for comes from a family that reminds me of Nazis? Because I fundamentally don't want to root for a Nazi. And yet that's what I'm being primed to do. And I know that's what I'm being primed to do. But if I just stop there, I get annoyed at this and I say, no, I don't want to be manipulated like that. And I throw the book away and I never touch it. If I sit with that and I say, okay, why did the author want me to get angry at that? Because that's deliberate. Why did he want me to consider the fact that possibly teenage boys being handed swords by teenage girls is not a good system for choosing a government?
You're not wrong.
To borrow a phrase. Like, like why am I being primed to both root for the child in Mortal Kombat and also to realize that he opened Mortal Kombat with something that looks like a Sig Heal and is fucking frightening? Like, why
Yeah.
am I being geared to not trust this child and his background, but to also root for him as the lesser of two evils? What am I being told there? I'm being told that the writer or whoever came up with this concept fundamentally mistrusts the nature of power and people who have power. That's what I'm being told.
Well, and part of that is,
This
you
is
know,
my theory. I know
a lot
fuck all about it, but that's my theory.
a lot of people make the mistake and fall into the trap of thinking that just because someone is the protagonist means that they're the hero. Those
Yeah.
are not the same thing.
Yeah.
The protagonist is just who you're viewing. They're the vehicle through which you view the story. They're the main character, basically. But if, you know, say Harry Potter were written from Voldemort's perspective, he would be the protagonist, you know, even though he's evil.
Yeah.
Like
Death
case in
Note,
point,
who is the
Dexter.
villain
Dexter's not a
protagonist.
hero. He's
Yeah.
the protagonist, but he's not a hero. He's not a good guy.
Well, this is the thing, though. This boy has all the trappings of heroism. He has a prophecy about him. He's attacked by a bigger force. He has to like make it on his own. He has
Family
to
slaughtered.
families like he has all the trappings of a hero. And he is the protagonist, so you are being primed to view him as a hero, and yet you are being constantly reminded this is not a hero. This is a child raised to idealize concepts of fascism and raised to believe that he deserves absolute power purely because of who his father is.
Yeah.
And that's a really like that for me to see that in a piece of media, that's just because
Yeah.
that's the kind of ideology, that's the kind of thinking that gets people sat in a room whispering and then marching for their rights.
Yeah.
Like, you have to understand that, you know, you can have a leader who is charismatic. Like, this boy is very charismatic. Like, people flock to him. People are loyal to him. He, you know, he has a level of humanity about him. But at his core, he's a fascist little shit who's only there because daddy had the right last name. And you are constantly reminded of that throughout this film. And it's so rare to see that happen.
So I'm not sure if this is a tribute to, you know, Dennis Villeneuve's, you know, filmmaking for bringing that out of the text, or if I should congratulate you on being so much more perceptive than like 99% of Dune readers, because Frank Herbert was famously furious at how much Paul Atreides got hero worshipped after Dune the novel came out. So when he went on to finish off the Dune saga, he systematically destroyed the the mythology of Paul Atreides, the hero, to say, hey, hero worship is stupid. You didn't get it in Dune, so here's me slapping you in the face with it.
Okay, but did everyone else just miss the scene where the teenage boy had a vision of his own future and was horrified by how fascist he turned out? Did everyone else just miss that scene?
I feel like that's, you know, ever so slightly bit obvious here, and it may well just be that the film is like that, or it may just be us being aware of these constructs.
Like, I can't tell if I am being primed to look at this child as the hero that they, you know, he's the hero they want, but not the one they necessarily need.
Yeah.
He's an anti-hero at best. And given the visions he's having of his future, I'm going to compare him to Lenin. Like, well-meaning to start with, but turned into a fucking dictator. Like, that's where this is leading for that kid. And anyone who can't see that from watching this movie or reading the first book, like, you need to read it again. Like, if I picked that up from the movie, I can't imagine it's less subtle in the book.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's the thing. Like they say, power corrupts, absolute power corrupts absolutely. You add in religious extremism, to it, that's going to make it even worse. But I will say that I think that absolute power shows who you are absolutely more so than it necessarily corrupting.
Yes.
Because I do think that a truly benevolent, kind, good person, even if they had all of the power, I don't think it would inherently corrupt them, but I don't think that there's actually a human being that is fully, truly 100,000% altruistic, and we all have darkness in
Well,
us. And,
this is
just how
the
alcohol shows who you really are, it doesn't like put things in you that
And
aren't there. Same thing with
but
power.
but this is the thing, right, with power. If you got someone who is absolutely benevolent and gave them that kind of power, like our moral and ethical standards being what they are in 2023, the only good, benevolent thing to do with that level of power is to hand it over and to democratize it. So it would destroy itself.
yeah.
Yeah, I think
So there can be no benevolent dictator who is not also a flaming martyr.
Yeah, I think that there's also I would agree with a lot of what you said, Kitty, with maybe a couple of caveats. That I think that it also power reflects who you are, but it also reflects the power system you sit atop.
Mm.
Yeah.
No, that's fair. If you had a truly like benevolent person, but the foundation of power, if you had like a fucking fasci dictatorship and a truly good person ended up in charge of it, they're still in charge
It
of a
would
fasci
destroy, yeah,
dictatorship. Like even if they
yeah.
used all that power for good, there's still a lot of bad that is there. Like there's no unrooting all of that.
Yeah, and it's
Yeah.
like this is why I like Leto so much, because he as a character, right? He comes into this and he does the unthinkable. As someone with all the power in a particular scenario, he offers the hand of friendship to those who have nothing. Now he does it, but the problem with Leto is he does it for a strategic reason. He
Yeah.
doesn't do it out of altruism. If he had come to that world and believed that it was a genuine gift from the Emperor and it was his duty to get things right, and he'd then said, actually, no, the way we fix this is by putting out a hand of friendship to the indigenous peoples and saying, okay, let's get a peace treaty in place. Let's, what do you need? What do we need? And how can we help each other? That would have made him the best he could be in his scenario.
Yeah.
Second only to refusing it entirely because he was fundamentally opposed to the concept of ruling an entire planet. But if he was fundamentally opposed to the concept of ruling an entire planet, he wouldn't be the head of a major family in an empirical system.
Yeah.
Because he would have abdicated. Like that's
And
that's what we're talking about here. And this is the thing of he's a very interesting character, but I don't necessarily think he's like all of these characters are flawed. Some of them more than others, and it's very, Greek tragedy in that sense.
okay. Since you said those words and you were actually kind of leading organically into it, let's open up the theme of Arrakis is the trap.
Yes, Arrakis is the trap. Like Arrakis is a white elephant.
Yeah.
Like when you are gifted Arrakis by the Emperor, it's not because he wants you to make your money off it and to become powerful. It's because he wants to destroy you.
Yeah.
It's the Midas touch, it's the white elephant, it's all those things. It's untold riches with horrific consequences. And the consequences are always going to be as a result of your own greed. And Leto thinks that he's cleverer than the Emperor because he doesn't go into it for greed. But he goes into it out of fear, which is almost as dangerous.
Well, he doesn't go into it out of monetary greed?
I think there's a line with Leto, right? He wants to protect his family. He wants to maintain his legacy. He just wants to generally get by. He understands that in order to do that, he's got to kneel before the emperor. He's got to do as the emperor wants, and he has to walk the balance between being powerful enough not to be taken over by the other families, but not so powerful that he's a danger to the emperor.
Now,
because then the emperor will destroy him. So what his greed is for safety and security. That's not necessarily greed. That's something else. That's fear. That's self-preservation. But it does cross a line.
I disagree, and I will illustrate my disagreement with a quote from Duke Leto. We reached our station on Caladan by cultivating air and sea power. On Arrakis, we will need to cultivate desert power.
But what did he want to do with that power? He didn't want power for its own sake. That's not why Leto wanted power. Leto wanted power because power meant security. Like, he was a means to an ends guy. Like, he didn't just want power for the sake of being powerful. He wanted power to keep his family safe and his livelihood safe and his people safe.
Yeah.
Which is not necessarily greed. That's just self-preservation and basic common sense.
Now, I will have to, spoilers for an upcoming movie that's based on the second half of a book that's nearly, like half a century old. But so and this plays into another big theme in Dune, which is, that you are a product of your physical environment. So Duke Leto wanted to cultivate an alliance with the Fremen, not only because that is how you control the desert, but because the desert had shaped them into a culture that produces the only fighters who could match the Imperial Special Forces.
Yes. But again, why did he want fighters of that level? Did he want fighters of that
family.
level?
I'm with Noodle on this one.
Yeah, like, he didn't want to take over the empire. He just wanted to be powerful enough that the emperor left him alone. That was his goal. So for me, he's not greedy. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, he's got his own self-interests.
Yeah.
Like, he's more focused on his family than anything else. He understands that he has his, his needs and his wants, but he's not power hungry.
Leto is Ned Stark.
I think I'd use the word egoistic.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. I'd say Leto is Ned Stark if Ned Stark weren't as naive as he was.
Leto is Jon Snow. Doesn't necessarily want power, but will take it if it's there because someone has to, and will stand and fight if he needs to.
Because, like, the difference between Duke Leto and Ned Stark is Ned Stark walked blindly to the chopping block, essentially. Duke Leto knew he was walking into the trap by accepting Arrakis, but he knew that he had no better option.
But the thing is, and again, you've just touched on it there, Did he know he was walking into the trap? Did he walk into the trap, or was he pushed? Because that's a difference, right? Because if he walked into the trap knowingly and he thought he could outmaneuver the Emperor, that makes him a fucking idiot.
Which would be Ned Stark territory.
Yeah.
If he was pushed and he knew he had no option but to walk into the trap, and he was doing his best to try and disarm the trap, that makes him... it doesn't make him an idiot, does it? It makes him a man trapped by his circumstances, doing his best with the... it makes him a poker player. He's playing the hand he's been dealt.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he lost. Shit happens. That's how the game goes.
You know, either way, he's a tragic figure.
Absolutely, because he's
Very
not
much so.
villainous. He's, I mean, insofar as he's still a person of power in a fasci regime, like, he's about as good of a person in that position as you can be. Like, he treats people with kindness and respect. He's good, you know, and kind. Again, he's still part of a fasci system.
With all seriousness, this movie doesn't have an antagonist. Like, including the Emperor does not have an antagonist. Like, they are all products of their environment behaving in a way that is a response to their environment and coming to blows because of that. None of them are in a situation where if their situation was different, they would behave in the same way.
I don't know. Harkonnen's kind of a dick. And I honestly think he would, regardless of situation.
Now,
why
is
he a dick?
I feel like there might not be any villains, but there are definitely antagonists.
Yeah, there are antagonists, but like, why is he so antagonistic? Why is he so desperate to bring them down?
Well, we will see how horrible Vladimir Harkonnen can be in Dune Part 2.
Okay, no, but from this movie, why is he trying to bring them down? He's threatened by the power and loyalty they have and they instill in their followers, yes? So it's self-preservation. He's the other side of the coin to Leto. Leto acts defensively to protect his family. This man acts aggressively to protect his income and his family and his wealth and his other things that he feels are necessary to the protection of his line and his legacy. Every villain is the hero of their own story.
Yeah.
And I think that's what this really teases out. Like, all of these characters are heroes in their own minds. None of them are bog standard heroes. And I don't think they're supposed to be.
I mean, I think Yui knows he's not a hero. Like, and like that got taken out of this particular film. A lot of his story.
Yeah, but in his mind, he's acting to protect his wife. He's acting to try and save his wife. Now, he knows that he's not doing it in a particular heroic way, but in his mind, his motivations are correct. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done it. He'd have left her there.
And
he has to believe in his motivations, otherwise he doesn't act that way.
Native Atheist, I think you might be the only dude experiencing the stream in total.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But also, like, I'm going to say this, and I say this not in the medical term, so anyone who's like a psych major, don't come at me, but all of these characters are fucking psychopaths. Like, they're all fucking... I wouldn't want to meet any of them in a flat-out fight, because they're all fucking dangerous and they've got no respect for humanity or human life.
Now, is that an indictment on them as people, or is that a product of millennia of cultural drift?
The thing is, right, it's written as the product of millennia of cultural drift, but this book's 50 years old.
Yeah.
And it's written for an audience that's not millennia in the future. So these characters, I think we're supposed to view them as foreign and almost alien to us. but we are also supposed to look at them and say, like, where's your humanity gone? Like, what's happened in the 10,000 years or whatever it is that turned us, who we like to think, this is what, late 60s this came out?
Yeah, I'll double check on the.
It's definitely got vibes of like height of the Cold War media. It's in that era of people thinking that they have a moral.
65.
Yeah. Oh
65,
wow.
yeah. So it's smack in there, mid 60s of we are morally correct. We have, where every political decision has a moral dimension to it, even if only for the benefit of the propaganda.
And this would have been only, 20 years after, the end of World War II and the fall of the fascist regime in Germany. So that still would have been in living memory.
This is the height of the USSR. This is after Stalin died. So this is well into the height of the USSR. Smack in the middle of the Cold War. Like, civil rights movement in America. Everything, every aspect of life has got a moral dimension. And so as a reader in 1965, looking at this book, how are you going to look at this book and not moralize about the behavior of the characters and not say, where is your humanity? And not look at them and go, they look, and not have the influence of a decade of McCarthyism telling you that, this is the dangers of communism, or this is the dangers of capitalism, or this is the dangers of this, that, and the other.
And as the books go,
and
more
1965, smack in the middle of that era of anti-nuclear, where technology is the devil, technology is evil. And what's the main basis of this book? They have banned computers doing anything that vaguely resembles human behavior.
Yep.
That's the direct result of the anti-nuclear mentality.
Not to mention, the first book came out, in 65, which was 4 years before Stonewall as well. So, as the books go on, more stuff is happening. And from what I remember from, the other books, there is more of that in there, subtly. They definitely were shaped by the time in which they were written, but it still holds true today. I mean, a lot of the issues that they had, that Frank Herbert had going on in the world around him at the time, history is kind of repeating in some ways, with what's going on. People are worried about, the threat of nuclear devastation because Putin's a fucking nut job.
Lunatic,
he's a lunatic. You've got rights being stripped away from, LGBTQIA plus people in the United States. So it's we're sliding backwards. It's terrifying.
You just said that, so I'm just going to point out, Putin's a lunatic. We just said Putin's a lunatic because he wants to take over land that's not his, that he believes is historically of value and should belong to him because of historical. That's the plot of this, but that's Leto. That is literally Leto. So from the outside to his enemies, Leto coming to this planet, taking over to mine it for spice because he wants the resources of it. He wants a warm water port. He wants the spice.
Replace spice with natural gas and oil. Crimea is filled with natural gas.
Yeah. To outsiders, he looks like a nut. And yet we have sat here and we have literally said on this stream, Leto's probably the best of all the characters. So who's to say that Putin in his own mind isn't Leto? You'd have to be the man clearly is off his, but
I would say Putin's more of a Vladimir Harkonnen personally.
Yes, but this is the point I'm making, that Harkonnen in his own mind as a character believes he's the hero. Believes he's doing the right thing.
Yeah.
And yes, he's more vicious and he's more brutal in his tactics, But if the only difference between the sides of a war is how brutal the leader is, I don't say a lot for the reasons for having a war, does it?
Yeah.
Like, if the only difference between two sides of a war is, oh, that one's willing to press the nuclear button, but that one's going to send in 200,000 soldiers and get everyone killed with bayonets. Like, when you bring that down to brass tacks, there's no functional difference between the two. It's just how they go about it.
You're not wrong.
Yeah.
It's like we're so scared of Putin and he's going to press the nuclear button. But how big's the US military? How many soldiers have you got that you can call up just like that and put on any landmass on the planet? I don't just say the US, Britain, France, Germany.
Yeah.
Like what is the fundamental difference? People are still going to end up dead. The land's still going to end up ravaged, and it's still going to leave a scar on the psyche of the entire species for generations.
Yeah.
The only difference is whether you do it with a one button press or whether you take time to do it. It doesn't make you a better person just because you did it by hand rather than by automation.
Yeah.
But then I'm a bleeding liberal lefty, so of course I would think that.
You're not the only one. I'm pretty sure all of us have similar politics.
Yeah,
so...
I don't know how much any of you stray from it, but gestures vaguely in Ancom.
Yeah.
But again, and it's this concept of, because we were talking about that, and there's a segue I want to go into next. Let me get my list of things I noted.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've talked about flawed leaders. I've kind of touched on like the concepts of, what is sane and what is a good leader, because that's what I pulled out.
Yeah.
We've touched on religion, but the interplay of religion, politics, and power. Like, there's a reason that plot with those, I'm just going to call them the Black Sisters, because that's what my brain decided to call them.
The Bene Gesserit. Bene.
Like you see that plot repeat over and over again in fantasy. You saw it in Game of Thrones with the Sparrow. You see it again, but you see it in history as well. Like, those sisters are concept. You know what they are? They are the oracle from ancient Greece.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, someone's going to climb a mountain to go to one of them to take advice about whether he should go to war at some point.
I mean, they
if
take
he
out
hasn't already.
They take out that whole thing of having to go up the mountain, considering they're whispering in the ears of all of the power players.
Exactly.
Well, the thing is, Paul doesn't need to go up the mountain to try and see one because Paul is one.
Yeah, he inherited those powers from his mother. But all of the people, all of the power players in the galaxy, like, the Bene Gesserits are literally going and pulling strings, like very much like the spider web, like puppeteer behind the scenes.
And again, I'm going to say this once and once only to illuminate the point, and then I don't want to say it again because I feel dirty even thinking it. But where have you heard the concept of a cabal of ultra powerful, financially powerful string pullers behind the scenes controlling world politics who hide behind a veil of secrecy and lies? Where have you heard that before?
Not to mention the religious aspect.
At least these women don't have lizard faces. I mean,
And I doubt they're stealing babies.
I mean, it seems they're stealing babies because they've got a breeding program.
I feel like that's not creating babies.
They might not be stealing babies, but they are definitely controlling the bloodlines, aren't they? Which is fundamentally the same thing.
Yay, eugenics!
Like, this is not.
All right, check that off on my bingo card.
We're talking about, so this fascist child raised in a fascist environment is the result of eugenics, is then given all the trappings of heroism, and I'm supposed to root for him?
Yeah.
Like, do you see this? This is very insidious as a text. Like, I can see why, if people miss the point that Paul is not supposed to be a hero, how insidious this text could be. And it's not Herbert's fault. Like, Herbert clearly just like in the later text was just like, you didn't get it the first time, so I'm going to hit you around the head with a fridge.
Yeah.
But the fact that people didn't get it, like when it's that obvious.
See, the fact that people didn't get it and still liked it.
So, but here's the thing. And like I just sent it to like I didn't just, it was a couple days ago. I sent it to the group DM. Like media literacy is not that great, and it wasn't then either, but it's getting steadily worse. Like it was a picture of a Sun article where they were bemoaning the snowflakes, saying that Frankenstein's monster was actually the victim.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
classic piece of satire. Yeah.
Okay, so.
But
don't know what to tell
that's
you.
the thing. Like the Sun did actually run that story, and that meme has become so common that the meme itself is now a satire of the object of that should have been satirized in the first place but wasn't.
Yeah.
It's like a satire of the misunderstanding of satire.
It's when Onion articles end up being more real than real, or when you can't tell, is this real or is it an Onion headline? Or is this person for real, or are they a Poe? Like, literally, we're getting to that point where, like, satire, it's lost all meaning because, like, nothing they come up with is worse.
Do you know what we've done? We have murdered, skinned, cleaned the bones of, and then used the bones to build a throne on the corpse of satire upon which we sit.
Humanity's jumped the shark, like Giant Meteor 2024. Let's go.
Yeah.
You could probably do a whole game show of Onion article or real headline.
Yeah.
That would be amazing.
I would lose. I'm at the point where
I live in Florida, okay? I see these fucking headlines constantly. Okay, but one thing I will say, the reason why you see so many Florida man headlines, it's not necessarily because it happens more in Florida. It's because we have something called the Sunshine Law. So whenever someone is arrested, all of it is public record. And there are bitches that just sit there looking at all of the intake reports every single day to find the funniest ones. So part of that is it's like built-in FOIA,
that's an interesting point, because that's how do we know what we know?
Yeah.
How do I know that I know? How do I know that that I'm being primed to root for Paul, but also that I'm supposed to be incredibly suspicious of him? How do I know that? I know that because of the way the movie is set up. Like, the movie sets it up as this kid is, he's learning to fight and he's kind to his servants. And for an upper class rich kid, he's not too bad. And then it puts him in a Soviet uniform and on a stage that looks like it's straight out of like Nazi Olympics. And my brain goes, wait, what? And it's only when I sit with that thought, I then go, and then when I see this kid fighting to protect his mother, who has already sold him down the Swanee at this point. Like, she's already sold him to the concept of this prophecy at this point. But he's fighting to protect his mother, as any good son would do who had a good relationship with his mother. And I'm supposed to be rooting for him in that fight, even though I'm being told he's gonna lose. And I'm being told all this, but I want him to win because he's fighting for his mother and he's doing it because he cares about her. And then that feeling of, I want you to win, I want you to defend your mother, because I know that if you defend your mother, not only are you defending your mother, you are fighting for this man invoked a rule where he was fighting for leadership of these peoples. You will become de facto king of these people or de facto leader of these people, and you need that in order to progress your plot. I know all this, and yet I still feel gross when I see you put your sword to your chest and then to your head like this, because ew. And that's deliberate. That is deliberate. Because at every point, this movie sets you up to question your own willingness to stop thinking and to stop critically engaging with these characters and just root for them mindlessly.
And here's another
That's
point.
what this movie's doing.
The vision he had of Jamis, I think the guy's name was, like, it made it seem like they were going to be friends. You know, I'll teach you the ways of the desert. He had a vision of the guy before all of that happened, and he ended up having to kill him. So, like, it is very much like mind fuckery that, you know,
the future is in flux and shit happens.
Yeah. See, including
you could be the best prophecy in the world. The future is still in flux.
Well, I mean, he did teach him the ways of the desert.
Yeah.
Fair. But there's an implication there, you know, that they were going to be friendly, not he was going to have to knife him in the back.
The implication was we were going to get a mentor-mentee training montage, not a fucking fight to the death.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, I feel like including with narrative, it's just all roads lead to epistemology again.
Yeah.
But
like, how do we know narratively that we're being set up to do these things, sort of stuff?
Because this movie is what happens when you take 50 random fantasy tropes, put them in a bag and pull out a handful at a time. But then what it does is it takes those tropes and it fucks with them. So you see the trope, so you expect a certain thing, and then the author goes, but actually, have you thought about this?
Yeah.
That's what this movie is doing.
And
the consequences of this bullshit.
And the book is very much like a mesh of, you know, pulps, you know, all the pulp sci-fi archetypes and tropes seamlessly interwoven with hard sci-fi, high concept world building and philosophy.
I mean, it is woven into a gorgeous tapestry that does feel like a living, breathing thing.
Yeah.
I think that's why, for the longest time, it was considered the movie that would never be able to be filmed. You know, that you would never be able to do justice to the material in the medium of film, because there is just so much there, and it is so interwoven into that tapestry. That world is so rich that to truly do it justice on the screen seemed impossible. But I think, and, you know, I mentioned this earlier, I think really the only thing that I didn't care for about this film was what they ended up doing with Hewitt, because in like the 1980s version, like they expanded upon that a bit more, where you saw more, and it didn't seem out of left field. Like, why is this guy betraying us, with just a little exposition to explain it? Whereas there was more back and forth, and it more led up to it. It made him seem much more like a tragic figure as opposed to just kind of sketch.
I think he is a tragic figure in this, though, and I think the way it's done the way it is because this film is primarily from the point of view of Paul and to an extent Lita. And what it's saying is, like, you can give anyone the grandest, most intricate backstory you like, but since when, like, the king doesn't give a shit about what his servant's backstory is. So why is he going to know about all of that? And that's what this film's showing you again. It's showing you that if Leto had paid attention to his servant, to this person who he greets like an old friend, to this person who he clearly is, you know, considers a close friend, and yet he doesn't know that the man's wife's been imprisoned by the enemy. He doesn't know that basic, simple fact. Like, he didn't notice that. And the reason he didn't notice that is because of that fundamental power imbalance in their relationship, where he was not required to notice that and was not required to do the work of an actual friend in understanding his friend's life and his background. And yet he still thought he considered his servants' rights. And this is the paradox of being a powerful person with servants, right? Your servants are paid to be nice to you. Your servants are paid to love you, to respect you, to be loyal to you. And yes, they may be loyal and respectful to an extent, but you will never be on their level, and you will never be as intimate with them as you believe they are with you.
Well, and
because you don't care enough to develop that intimacy.
And something that is missing from the film adaptation that is an important brings important thematic context is the fact that the school where Dr. Yue comes from, where he was trained, conditions its students to unfailing loyalty
and to not be able to do harm to anyone, but that conditioning was broken. And the biggest gripe was there was a scene in the older film where it was Yue and Jessica, and they are, I mean, she still has power over him, but as a concubine and not actually the spouse of Leto, she's not as high as Leto. Like, they were friends. And there's a one conversation in particular where they're both standing there and like he almost tells her and she almost asks, and it shows that they both know that the other is hiding something and they both want to say something but don't. And it just added a bit more to his character. And the fact that, like, one of the reasons why Leto would never have suspected Yue was because of that mental conditioning, where it takes the Hippocratic Oath of do no harm to the extreme. Like, they were physically incapable, but Harkonnen was able to break it.
So what we're saying is Leto was relying on the fact that his friend was basically enslaved to him for his loyalty.
Not enslaved. It's more like
if
he
you
can't
have
do
been
harm.
mentally broken to obey and to obey a tenant, any tenant.
Yeah, Kitty was more accurate. It is more a, you
the
are incapable of doing harm.
If you have been made incapable of doing something by mental conditioning, whether that ideology is a good ideology or not, you are still a slave to that ideology.
Yeah.
A slave is still a slave, even if they choose and they want to.
I'm not going to argue that. I just, for clarity, like, he is of a brand of doctors, basically, that they are mentally conditioned in the Hippocratic Oath of do no harm. And
like Vulcans.
Yeah. So, like, but Harkonnen was able to break that conditioning. And that is
this is what I mean.
Insane. Like, it was, I think, the first time it was done,
ideology.
Too.
Yeah.
This is the point, though. He's relying on, again, a fascist tactic. The enslavement and the mind breaking of someone in order to ensure their loyalty and their adherence to an ideology. Whether that ideology is good or not, that's still enslavement. And that's still a fascist undertone to this character of, no matter how good he is, he still relies on the trappings of fascism and imperialism without actually ever doing anything to challenge them in any fundamental way.
And that is one of the great thematic paradoxes of Dune, is when you have an unbreakable taboo on making machines that think like people, you begin turning people into machines.
Yes, exactly. And this is this is the point I'm making. Like, what you've essentially just told me is Leto relied not on genuine friendship, not on the development of friendship and a relationship over years, but on training he knew someone had to think in a certain way and behave in a certain manner. And he basically relied on the tactics of enslavement, of brainwashing, of ideological control. Now, that doesn't necessarily make him a bad person in his context. But that doesn't mean his context is right.
But like, I mean, and I'm not arguing with you on that. Like, I do agree. I'm just saying, like, it wasn't that he was conditioned for loyalty. That's not really what
No,
it
but
was. It literally
he
was
was
just about
conditioned.
doing no harm.
Yes.
So I just
But
wanted to
he's
make sure that we're
conditioned
clear.
to do no harm.
Yeah.
But yeah, okay. So he's conditioned to do no harm, and therefore Leto approaches every interaction with him. Paul approaches every interaction with him. The mother approaches every interaction with him on the basis of knowing that he is, so far as they understand it, literally incapable of stopping them from harming him because he can do no harm. Like, they assume his loyalty and his quote unquote goodness on the basis of the fact that they know he's been mentally broken to quote unquote do no harm. Now, the concept of do no harm is very nebulous and is very reliant on the context you are in. Like, do no harm 100 years ago is not the same as do no harm now, and will not be the same as do no harm in 50 years' time. 100 years ago, do no harm meant no abortions. Today, if you said to a doctor, this woman's dying, she needs an abortion, most doctors, I think, would understand that do no harm means they have to save the woman. Most doctors, as a general rule, as just one random example. So do no harm, like, it's the same philosophical debate that happens in iRobot. The robot got to the point where it understood that in order to not harm humanity, it had to cull humanity. And had to control humanity, which was itself a form of harm, but it was the lesser of two evils. And this is what that character did. He looked and he said, I have my wife to protect. I have that. I am setting this up in such a way that I will destroy the man who has forced me into this position, because I am relying on Leto's goodness in that he will use his last breath to destroy the Baron. And therefore, the culmination of that is less, and then doing what I'm doing is therefore less harmful than doing nothing.
Yeah.
And that's how he justified it to himself. He justified it to himself as, if I don't do this, my wife will suffer, my wife will be tortured, there's something else will
Well,
happen.
his wife
The
is
Baron
already
will
being
continue
tortured.
to live. Yeah.
Like, he knew she
but
was
that will
already being
continue.
tortured.
Yeah, but that will continue. I have no way. This is my only way of stopping that. He justified it as a lesser of two evils in his own mind. That's what the character comes across as.
But also, it was a little bit dumb, in my opinion, of him to trust fucking Harkonnen to, like, hold up his end of the bargain. Like, it's like,
yes, but
your wife's going to be dead regardless.
Yes, but we only know that because we are used to the tropes of movies where villains are rules lawyers about the wording of agreement and absolutely will fuck you over if you don't nail that shit down. Like, that's Faustian. Yeah. We are so used to that trope that immediately, as soon as he said, what was it? What was the wording of what I said I owe you? And as soon as he said, you will end my wife's suffering, I thought, shit, she's dead.
Yeah.
Like, you knew how that was, but we only know that because we are media savvy and we have been fed that media over decades. And media from over decades.
I mean, but like, also, that is not... Vladimir Harkonnen is a monster. Like, yes, I mean...
But so's the devil in Dr. Faust. He still makes a deal with him. Desperate people do dumb shit all the time.
Yeah.
Like, that's the point I'm making here, that do no harm is relative. And also that this character's tragic, not because he's killed or because he didn't get what he wanted. This character is tragic because as an audience, we like to think we are superior and we wouldn't fall for it. Where the truth is, desperate people do desperate shit. And
absolutely.
if someone said
He's tragic
you,
because he was in a no-win situation.
Yeah, it's a
he
catch-22.
really was. I actually like the character of Yue, even though, you know, he fucking betrayed
so do I.
the Atreides.
But
I liked him.
He's a philosophical quandary. He's not necessarily a character because he's not on screen long enough to be a character.
He was, well, not in this film, but in earlier things, he was more present. And like I said, they more went into his character in the other adaptation.
The thing with this character is, though, that doctor could have solved it like that if he had been as devoted to Leto. Like, if he had been Leto's true friend and not just his servant, he would have gone to his friend and he would have said, your enemy's holding my wife, your enemy's torturing me, please help me. Your enemy wants me to kill you. Like, he would have broken that paradigm, that catch-22. And the reason he didn't is because there was a fundamental difference in his relationship with Leto as what Leto considered their relationship. There was a fundamental power imbalance that he could not breach. Like, because there would have been other ways around. He could have gone to Leto with that, but he
could have gone to
and
Paul.
The reason he didn't,
he and Paul were closer.
He could have gone to Paul's mother. Like, he could have gone to any of them, but he didn't because they were not his friends. He was their servant. And that's the difference. That's the point I'm teasing out through all of this discussion.
Well, and, you know, that also, that is the difference between, you know, Paul and Leto, even though Paul's, you know, path is more forced by circumstances. You know, Leto tries to make an alliance with the Fremen. Paul goes and lives among them.
Yes. And that's the difference that we see. But again, we are still constantly reminded of, look where this boy came from.
Yeah.
He goes to live among them not because he's genuinely curious or to learn. He goes to live among them because he knows he can't survive without them. He goes to live among them because he knows it's a ready-made army waiting for them. He goes to live among them because he wants to regain the power of his name which exists within a fundamentally fascist setup.
Yeah.
His goal is not the democratization of the planet. His goal is to retain his own power.
Since you probably missed the preamble, yes, it is in my and Kitty's estimation, it is the best film version of Dune.
Absolutely. It is gorgeous. It sticks pretty closely to the source material. Like I said, I had a couple minor nitpicks. My main one, again, was like Yui kind of got backgrounded a little bit more in this film than in the previous iterations. And I really liked Yui as a tragic character, but that's a very small nitpick because even in the original, he was a background supporting character, not a main character. So again, it's a nitpick, but it is definitely worth watching.
This is the point I'm making. Yui is a tragic character that is teased out in this, but it's done in ways that you have to be more media savvy to know.
Yeah.
Like, if you do not understand the trope of, you know, the man who betrayed the king for want of a wife, if you do not understand the trope of, you know, the good of the many outweighs the good, if you do not understand all these tropes, you are going to miss how important Yui is to the plot. You are going to miss the importance of Yui's plot. But if you do watch this understanding those tropes, he is an important character. He is the catalyst. And at its core, the catalyst for all of this is that family thought that their servants were their friends instead of actually being real friends to their servants. And what the plot follows is, can Paul learn that lesson and be a friend to the Freeman and not be a distant head over them who thinks they're his friends? Like that's what this plot boils down to. And if you don't understand the Yui and his plot, you are going to miss that. That's the point of this movie.
I mean, spoiler, like, well, considering like the books are 50 plus years old, he does end up, you know, marrying one of the Fremen. So,
yeah,
you know,
exactly.
Yeah.
So he becomes one of them. He doesn't become over them.
Yeah.
kind of Avatar-y.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, but like I've not seen Avatar, so I wouldn't know. But like this concept of, you know, the messianic propaganda that surrounds him, like he is primed to go in there as a distant leader to them. And the question the movie is asking is this boy cleverer than his father? Has his father given him the tools to do better than he did?
Yeah.
Well, I think father and mother.
Than he did.
The Bene Gesserit training that Jessica gave him is more what helps him, I think, than what his father gave him.
No, because it's the tools of empire and it's the lessons of being a highborn child. Like he physically has the power to tell people to do things and they must obey him. That is an imperialist power at its core. But that's not an inheritance he gets from his father, the Duke. That's what he gets from his mother. Like, and it's that interplay of, does he have the wherewithal, the foresight, and the humanity to understand that just because he has this power doesn't necessarily mean that that is the correct thing to use in a given situation? Like, if he has the, like, what this question is asking is, this highborn brat of a fascist dictator's child with literal power to take over other human beings, is this child capable of diplomacy?
Yeah.
And is he human enough to try diplomacy first? And that's what this is asking.
And I think that's a very good segue into the theme of clashing cultures.
Oh, you read my mind. Yeah,
because we have two very important scenes that show the clash between, you know, the Atreides, you know, culture growing up, you know, coming from a, you know, a water world on Caladan, and the Fremen.
Yeah, right. I am told, having read this book 20 years ago, not remembering it, that this book likes to make a massive deal about how humans are the result of their environment. And this movie, for the first half hour, just gives me these massive sweeping shots of the desert and makes a massive deal out of the environment and the settings. That was all completely unnecessary.
Yeah.
That was flat unnecessary. All you had to do was show me that the leader of Group A, who come from the desert, walked into a room with the leader of Group B, who doesn't come from the desert, spat on the ground, and Group B's guards thought that was an insult until Group B's advisor, who had lived among Group A, said, "Thank you for sharing your water with us." Because, of course, in an environment where water is scarce and it is the, like, on a planet, right, that is literally being mined for spice, the most valuable thing in the universe, the most valuable thing on that planet is water, because it's the one thing the planet doesn't have. And this scarcity creates value. Right. Now, you did not have to show me the long sweeping shots of the desert and these people moving and tell me about how they move differently to avoid the sandworms. You just had to show me that one scene of a man spitting on the floor and how everyone reacted, and then give that beat to the king or to the, you know, to Leto, the Duke, to go, to wait to see what his advisor says and then to respond by spitting back and showing that same respect. All you had to show me, and you could have told me all of that other stuff with just that one scene. Like, don't get me wrong, the deserts are pretty, but wow. just Like this movie could have been easily an hour and a half long without all like the long drawn out shots and stuff. It wouldn't have been as beautiful. It would, like art for the sake of art, I'm here for.
Yeah.
But if you wanted to make an abridged version of this movie that was just for the plot, you could cut out pretty much everything leading up to that scene. And that scene tells you everything that you've been told so far.
Yeah. And then the other scene I was thinking of is the climax of a climax of the movie in the fight between Paul and Jamis.
Yes.
Where, first he asks, do you yield? Because he doesn't understand that this is a fight to the death.
And then even after he hears someone say it's a fight to the death, there are 2 or 3 moments shown in the choreography where he has his blade against the other man's neck and does not kill him.
Yeah.
And it's only when the other man comes after him and he stabs him in the back and severs his spinal cord.
Yeah.
He tried. He gave him outs, He
gave him multiple outs.
And I think this, I may be wrong, but I think this comes through fairly well in the choreography if you pay close attention to it.
It does, in the way they fight.
No, a point I'm leading to is that Paul has spent his life training to fight against people who are shielded.
Yes.
And the way you fight someone with a shield is you go in really fast so they can't deflect it, but then you stop and slow down so you can penetrate the shield because the slow blade penetrates the shield.
Yes.
And so when he's going in with those reflexes, instead of, just going in for a quick kill, the Fremen think that he's toying with him when his fighting, when his muscle memory is all trained against towards a different style of fighting. Plus, he's never actually killed a man before.
Yeah, and it's this thing of, like, before the fight, when he's given the blade and he's told, I want to see you die with honor holding a good blade. And then, so, not only do they think he's toying with the other guy, there's this sense of, it's an insult that you didn't kill him quickly. It's an unkindness that you didn't kill him quickly. Because even before the fight, you were told by someone who knew your enemy that, the enemy fighter in this case, you were told, he'll make it quick. He's a good killer, which is considered a kindness. Whereas his culture says, no, slow down and give them the chance to yield. Don't just end it quickly.
Well, also,
like, clash.
With the killing quick is meaning that, when the blow comes, like, it will be a single blow that ends you as opposed to one that's going to leave you, like, anguishing.
Yeah.
So, like, that'll be a single lethal blow as opposed to a blow that might be lethal, but you'll bleed out first, or, something that would take and cause more pain,
the blow he
longer
landed.
to die. Yeah.
Like the blow he landed. He didn't go for the jugular. He didn't go for the immediate kill. He went for the severed spinal cord, reacting in a moment to an attack. Severed the spinal. That's a slow way to die. And that's shown a little bit on screen. Like, the guy is there and because what essentially happens is when the spinal cord is severed, the way you die there is that the messages from your brain can no longer make it to the rest of your body. So your reflexes slow down. And you essentially, like, your lungs forget how to breathe. Or your lungs are not getting the message to breathe. Your heart stops getting the message to beat. And that's how you die. Like, it's a slow death. Because those reflexes and those things firing off happen for a long time afterwards. And that shows in the way, they move the body and you can still see that he's alive. He's still moving slightly. Even as they're wrapping him up in a sheet because they think he's dead. Whereas, if he'd have won that fight, it would have been it'd have been a decapitation or a very deep cut to the throat. It would have been something that killed instantly.
I don't think it would have been that, because that would have wasted the blood, and there's water in the blood.
No, but this is what I mean. Like, I say decapitation as a concept.
Okay.
Like, it would have been a one shot kill. It would have been it would have been a blade to the heart. It would have been, a very deep cut on the throat, but or something that would kill instantly without spilling the blood. And it's, it might have been grabbed by the head and a broken neck. It would have been something instant, as opposed to that death that he had, that after, from his point of view, he's been toyed with, and then a death that leaves him gasping and struggling for minutes before he finally dies and his brain finally gives up.
Yeah.
Like that, and that's a cultural difference, because the cultural difference says, as Ring said, Paul fights defensively but also slows down before making that final kill. And a lot of it is that Paul's just never killed before.
Yeah, and
I think it's so important that he stabs the guy in the back while not looking at him as his first kill. Because what we're set up to believe there is that Paul's not a born killer. Paul doesn't want to kill, but he does what is necessary in the moment to survive.
But, we are, it basically shows, in a subtle way, like, we are a product of our environment. He's going to get a lot better at killing, like, as things go forward.
Yeah.
And that first kill he'd never killed, but then being among the Fremen and the coming, like, holy war type, he's going to get a lot better at killing.
Yeah.
And it's not going to phase him, like,
well, and
or he's not going to phase him the way, like, that first one did.
And I mean, we kind of saw that in his vision, of the coming holy war.
Yeah, the way he reacted to that vision. Like, his reaction to that vision was horror, and he thought it was horrific, and he didn't want to do it, and he didn't want that future. And then, but you already know, because his visions do come true, that future is inevitable, and he is going to become that person.
Also, I think it was probably a good move in the post 9/11 world that Dennis Villeneuve didn't use the term for holy war that is in the book.
It does actually. It does say jihad in the book. It does say jihad in the movie.
Oh, okay. Or not as prominently.
Yeah, it's not as prominent, but it is used once or twice.
It was very prominent in the book, though.
Yeah.
And it's like, a lot of the stuff in this book for the Fremen is very, I'm going to say, Middle East coded.
There is a lore reason for that.
Yes, because they're a desert culture, and the Middle East in
no, Earth, beyond they are a desert culture. There is a lore reason for that.
Are they the descendants of Arabs or something?
So in the 10,000 years future, there is a sect of Islam that gets syncretized with Buddhism, which becomes Zen, known as Zen Sunni. And the Fremen are practitioners of Zen Sunni.
Okay, that tracks. That tracks. Okay. Post 9/11, it hits different.
Yeah. Well, also, the only reference to Christianity in the Dune future is there is a holy text known as the Orange Catholic Bible.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm not sad to see Christianity die out.
Look, I'm not being funny, but the Orange Catholic Bible definitely sounds like someone in 5,000 years trying to write Trump as the Messiah. That's what that sounds like.
You're not wrong.
You're not wrong.
No.
You're not wrong.
Oh, that hits so much differently now.
Uh-huh. Holy hell.
The reasons why we do these streams.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, have we found another sci-fi writer who's secretly a prophet?
Yeah.
Like, someone needs to start a religion where all these sci-fi writers, like, the belief is that they're all prophets predicting the future
Yeah.
in some way. Like, no, don't start that religion, because I think that's how Mormonism got started.
Yeah. So
Ooh.
I think it depends on terrain.
Honestly, I would probably go with a warg pack just because, especially like if it gets cold, I can just snuggle up next to my floofers and stay nice and warm.
I think the question is who would win in a fight.
Oh.
I think the raptors, seen as the warg, are basically like dire wolves, aren't they?
Yeah.
I'd say it depends on terrain.
Yeah, so
But yeah,
Yeah, actually, yeah.
It also depends on the
terrain would make a massive difference. Which nice and thematic.
Pack was 4 raptors, and a warg pack can be dozens of wargs. So it depends. Are we going even sizes, or are we going in setting?
If we're going average pack size, wargs, because wargs will then act in a manner similar to hyenas, and hyenas can bring a lot of shit down as a pack.
Well, and also the wargs, you know, especially since he's mentioning, or sorry, she's mentioning, you know, wargs from the Hobbit. The wargs in the Hobbit are sapient.
So they've got the strategic advantage.
Yeah.
I still want a warg pack. Like, I still want my own warg pack. Thank you very much.
Like the wargs in the Hobbit are capable of forming alliances with other sapient beings.
Don't get me wrong, I do absolutely want a warg pack to cuddle with, but you know, I also
to eat the faces of my enemies.
Yeah, but okay, so we talked about that now. You were talking about the cultural thing. There was a shot in this movie that was really very telling. And because we're talking about the cultures and the culture clash. When he first arrives and he goes on his little wander around the palace or around the compound, and they come to the 10 sacred trees.
Yeah.
And the line from the gardener, these trees take enough water for 5 men a day. That's 100 lives because there's this many trees. So there's 20 trees or whatever. Now, and then it's their pilgrims, they don't care about heat stroke. So there is this immediate dismissal of religious belief.
Yeah.
Like, there is this immediate sense that religious belief is viewed as primitive somehow, is viewed as less than intelligent, because who the fuck goes out in the middle of a desert during the day, like when the temperature is 160 degrees, to look at some trees? Like, who the fuck does that?
Yeah.
And there is that sense of that comes across. But then, I don't know if you notice, during the attack on the compound, the trees are burned.
Yeah.
Like, the trees, the symbols of water, the trees who water is given over to every day that could sustain like 100 lives, they are burned. And it's almost a symbolism of the conflict between this culture that values water and this culture that values spice. And what is spice synonymous with? Heat and fire.
Yeah. Well,
and it's this,
and also
it's a very subtle point that's made, but it's heat versus water and fire,
and
wiping
also
out life.
And also the, you know, you passed over one of the more important lines from the gardener.
Did I pass over it, or did I want to let you say it?
Yeah, they represent a dream for the future.
Yes. A world in which there is so much water that watering trees with enough water to keep 5 men alive is not an act of worship, it's an everyday thing. Like that, where there is ample water. And that's a really interesting one, because again, it goes back to this thing of scarcity and how your environment dictates what you value. Like, famously, the Spanish imperialists went to the south of America and saw them throwing gold into the river, so they assumed there must be cities made of the stuff.
Yeah.
But it was so common that it was worthless because it didn't have any functional use outside of decoration. Gold has very little functional use outside of decoration. I'm aware of the irony of saying that while wearing gold earrings.
Yeah.
Well, also,
I
like,
will make
electronics.
I will put the asterisk for a pre-modern society.
Yes,
yeah, now gold is very good for electronics.
Yeah, gold is very good for electronics, but again, we're looking at a culture in the book where electronics are limited to that iron steel era, because once you go more advanced than that, you start getting into software and computers, and that's banned.
Yeah.
So and gold was just an example, right? But if you live in, they live on a planet where spice is so plentiful, it's literally in the air. It's literally in the air. Like, it's as plentiful as a breath of fresh air.
Like, isn't it produced by the sandworms?
Yeah, yes, it is.
Yeah. So I presume it's a waste product of the sandworms.
Yeah.
Yeah, sandworm shit.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's a waste product. It's worthless to them. But the thing that's not worthless to them is what's plentiful for the colonizers. The colonizers come from planets where there's plenty of water to go around. There's so much water that they've got plants in their rooms, and that, everything's lush and green. They've got so much water, they can literally ship it to a different planet for the sake of watering trees.
Yeah.
And it's what's scarcity and what's value.
But they need the spice in order to do that. Like, they only have one dialogue line in this film to explain it, but spice is required for interstellar travel, because essentially you have these little worm-like creatures that they fold space, but they need spice in order to do it. So it's basically like, imagine, two distant points. It would take a long time to get there, but instead, using the spice as a catalyst, they essentially fold it like a piece of paper to bring those 2 points together.
And then,
so
they can go.
And that's how they travel vast distances instantaneously.
Yeah, it's wormhole theory. And they use the spice for that, but they also use the spice to get high and to have visions and to, all these other things. And
but its main value is the interstellar travel, because you can't have an empire if you can't reach other parts of your empire.
Okay, I have a question to ask. If you are addicted to spice, do you care more about your next hit or where you're going on holiday?
But you wouldn't. Spice only comes from one place, so without it to be able, the entirety of this society requires the spice to function, because these planets are so scattered and you need it to travel from one to another. So you're not getting water to Arrakis to water trees without the spice. You're not getting the spice to get your troops from one planet to another when you want to colonize it.
But this is the point I'm making. The value of the spice as presented in this movie is not in its function. It's in the fact that it's a fucking drug. Like, the value to the rich people of this spice, yes, it is the foundation of their economy. Yes, it is what props up their power structures and keeps them going. But, imagine you were imagine coal had or oil or any sort of power thing was also able to be rolled up and smoked and get you high. Like, yes, it will hold up all the power structure and keep everything going. But the individual addict who just so happens to be the head of a powerful family doesn't give a shit about any of that. He just wants his next joint. And it's that cultural thing of, yes, this holds up our culture, but also on an individual level, people are addicted to it.
Yeah.
And that addiction is what drives the value up. Like, the value of spice is not determined by how much it costs to travel interstellar. The value of spice is determined by how much the addicts are willing to pay for it.
Yeah. Though it is fairly easy to tell who is and who isn't a spice addict.
Yeah.
And you don't, the only characters who have that the mark of having imbibed a lot of spice are the Fremen, at least right now.
Yeah. But then we even get the vision that he has of himself with the blue eyes.
Yeah.
Yes, eventually
Which
he
tells
does
me
get the blue eyes.
Yeah, because he's going to spend so long on that planet that he's just breathed so much of it in.
Yeah.
So what happens when he tries to leave the planet?
I mean, again, I think it's kind of like that whole iocane powder in The Princess Bride. Like, for the Fremen, eventually, like, they imbibe so much of it that their body essentially adapts, for lack of a better term.
That's what addiction is. Your body is adapted to what you're taking, so you have to take more of it. But the basic premise of this plot is that you can take spice, but it's highly addictive. And once you're addicted to it, it is so addictive that it will kill you if you try to stop taking it or you stop taking it in. Which basically means that the Fremen and eventually Paul are going to be trapped on this planet because he can't leave. He cannot leave that, which means he has to build his empire there. That's where this is leading.
Like, I mean, they're not wrong. Like, as someone who's read the books, they're not wrong.
As someone who has only read the first book and hasn't read any of the others,
who only read the first book 20 years ago.
As an 8-year-old.
Yeah.
Yes, I was an advanced reader, so what? But why? That's where that's going.
Yeah.
That's the only way that can go, because if you created a planet that produces something in the air that is highly addictive, then you put a character in it who you establish very quickly is incredibly sensitive to it, requires it to tap into the powers that are needed for the plot. And then you also say that this stuff is so addictive you can't ever stop taking it if you want to live. What you've essentially done is trapped your character on that planet.
Yeah.
You either have to trap him on that planet, or you have to make him so powerful by virtue of what he does on that planet that he will never, ever be in a situation of precarity where he cannot guarantee a supply of that drug. Which is impossible because there's no such thing as safety from precarity.
Yeah.
And then he becomes his father, constantly looking for ways to secure his line and his legacy and his access to the drug. And if you go down that route, he eventually becomes the villain, constantly trying to get more of a supply of the drug by any means necessary.
And also, there are, two conflicting, because what is Arrakis if not a planet of conflict? There are two conflicting dreams. or two conflicting philosophies. There's one of Arrakis as the terraformed paradise, which was the dream of Liet Kynes' father, Dr. Kynes Sr., who then seeded that dream among the Fremen. And also the idea of Arrakis as the source of spice, which is completely antithetical to the idea of a terraformed planet where water runs freely. Which brings us back to the shot of the burning palm trees where, the Emperor, and the Harkonnens are saying, no, Arrakis is for spice, not for the dream of terraforming.
Because if you were to terraform the planet, the one planet where spice comes from, without the sand, there's no sandworms. Without sandworms, there's no spice. Without spice, there's no interstellar travel.
Yeah. And
it is very, it's kind of a bummer, because like the Fremen do have that dream of like a world where they don't have to hide, underground, and they don't have to wear still suits in order to survive. But that would never happen.
So since you mentioned the still suits, I am going to go with one of my nitpicks for this movie. But I like pretty much all the nitpicks I have for this movie, I understand why the choice was made. It's basically why are all the Fremen showing their faces outside the siege?
Yeah.
It's like I understand that this is 2020 filmmaking, and you've got to have the camera see your actors' faces.
Yeah. But you're not wrong.
Which, like I said, I understand why it was done in the movie, but it is
a minor
kind of
nitpick.
It is a nitpick.
But honestly, as a fan of the book, it's a reasonable thing. It is, a divergence from the source material, but it doesn't lessen it as a whole. Again, it would fall under the nitpick category, just like Yui. Like they left enough of Yui in there for anyone who at least can like read into the text and understand, and not need it hand fed them. They can understand the gist of Yui, as Noodle was saying.
Yeah.
But, again, and those are minor nitpicks, but overall, they really did stick well to the source material, and they made a beautiful movie. And I am really looking forward to, like, I didn't actually watch this one in theaters because I was like, I don't know, like, can they really do it justice? And now I'm kind of regretting it. And so I plan on actually going to theaters to see part 2.
I do have a solution to how you can have spice and also have a terraformed Acadia. What you do is you get the worms and you bring them back to Earth, which by this point in history will be completely desert because of global warming. And you put them on Earth and you turn Earth into a sandworm farm. No one will live there anymore because it'll be uninhabitable.
However, that would also, like, if you, I mean, not a bad idea, but if you remove the worms, you remove the spice, you fuck the Fremen.
No, because the Fremen then get to terraform their planet as they want to.
Right, but if the Fremen with the blue eyes and the need for spice, like, it's the same reason why Paul would be stuck on the planet needing the spice.
So give those ones the option to travel to Earth with the sandworms in order to maintain it as like gamekeepers or groundskeepers of the planet.
And there is also the fact that, and we'll probably see this in Dune Part 2, because we're going to see a lot more of the Fremen in Dune Part 2, is the spice plays a big role in Fremen religion.
I mean, from what I gather, it's a little bit like hash. A little bit like, you know, most, like, if you go back, most religions at some point have a substance of some description that gives quote unquote religious experiences.
Yeah.
Which is the impression I get that it plays in Fremen religion.
Yeah.
But again, like, that doesn't negate that you can just find a planet that's like, or you could just put the sandworms on Mars. It's already a desert. Like, just do that, and then let the people who want to go there to maintain it, like, pay them a good wage, let them go there. You've got a planet for people who want to terraform, who can. You're using a dead planet that no one else has got any use for and was just floating there. And you've got peace, because now you're not fighting for that one planet that it was on previously. You've removed the reason to fight, because now you've got both worlds, literally the best of both worlds, or the best of both planets, essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess, though I think it's also that would play even further into imperialist themes, to be like, what if we just relocated you?
Sandworm
But
Trail
you're not
of Tears.
relocating the people.
Oh,
You're not relocating the people. And it would...
I'm sorry, I have a very dark sense of humor.
You broke me, Kitty. You broke me.
But again, this would all be done by treaty and by mutual agreement in my ideal world, because again, bleeding heart, lefty liberal. But it's, you know, it's the same argument like this right at the start, where they were talking about, you know, these people that, when you had the voiceover of the girl who was talking about how they come and they steal our resources and our land because they think they've got a right to it. And I just, do I dare say out loud what I put in the chat?
Do you want me to? Hashtag
you know what I put in the chat?
Palestine.
Yeah. Like, that's what that was. And 1965 is bang on for when that debate was, like, you know, going.
Yeah.
But again, it's like in Palestine right now, the main access to water. Like, the next big rush on a global resource is going to be a rush on fresh water.
Yeah.
Like, that's what we're running out of. Like, in some areas of the world, even faster than we're running out of oil.
Yeah. Something fuck Nestle.
Basically.
Yep.
And this is the point, right? You can have all the spice on the planet, literally. You can have a planet with spice in the air. But what good is that if you don't have the necessities for life?
Yeah.
Is that, and this is the imperial issue, right? British Empire famously invaded the world for spices and then left them there because they were too hot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Invaded the world for spices and decided to make the blandest cuisine on earth anyways.
Yeah.
It feels a little bit like you can make a cake and you can put as much flavoring in it as you would like or not. But if you don't add butter,
it's not a cake.
Okay. So I saw a recipe on Instagram and we tried it last night. Good gods, it was so good. It was like a stir-fried noodles and the meat was Spam because I love Spam. It had green onions and we added bean sprouts and cilantro and the seasonings were soy sauce. I didn't have dark and light soy sauce, so I just used regular soy sauce and hoisin sauce and then oyster sauce and then um this like spicy chili stuff that it's like a crunchy chili sauce. Oh my god, it was so fucking good. So good.
But this is the point, right? You can have all those things, but if you don't have a pan to cook them in, you're fucked, aren't you? If you don't have heat, you're fucked.
Yeah, pretty much. You're not wrong.
And this is what I've been talking about when I keep coming back to this concept of scarcity equals value. Like, famously, diamonds. Diamonds are not a scarce resource. Diamonds are more common than a lot of shit. The reason people pay for diamonds is because some fucker decided that they were only going to pull them out the ground at a certain speed to keep the price artificially inflated.
Not only that, they have stockpiles of diamonds. Fucking De Beers did this whole thing. Like, they deliberately hold back, like, trillions upon trillions of dollars worth of diamonds. I mean, granted, they're not actually worth that. Again, it's because of
they
false
wouldn't
scarcity.
be worth that. Well, this is the thing. They wouldn't be worth that if they were actually on the open market.
Right. Yeah. They'd be worth that. And even the whole a diamond is forever, like, and diamond engagement rings, that wasn't a thing until De Beers decided, hey, we need to get people buying our diamonds. So let's say, oh, you got to do 3 months salary for an engagement ring. The fuck?
But also, they created additional false scarcity by insisting on differentiating between naturally formed and man-made diamonds.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And yet there is no under a microscope they're exactly the same.
I think they even push forth that like synthetic or I should say like man-made diamonds have to have extra stuff added to them so that you can differentiate them. Like it's where like something that like fluoresces or blacklight or something like I forget what it is exactly.
Yeah.
Like if you've got the choice between two diamonds, like they both look exactly the same, but like somehow you value one because it was pulled out of the ground by a human being who probably bled for the sake of it. Like, I'd rather have my diamond without the human suffering, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, no blood diamonds for me. Give me a man-made one any day.
Yeah, I like pretty shiny things, but I don't like them at the cost of human life.
I've got an interesting RPG story about diamonds.
Anyway, we're getting off topic, so I'm going to drag us back on.
I'll tell you after the stream.
But yeah, this is the point where I'm talking about spice. It's this thing of it has so many uses, but the reason it's valuable is not because of all the uses it's got. The reason it's valuable is because it only exists on one planet.
Yeah.
Like if every planet had multitudes of this shit, and everyone could do interstellar travel would drop to the price of a bus fare.
Yeah.
So
whereas like they even made the point that in order for those people to have traveled for that fashy like ceremony at the beginning of the film, it cost millions of dollars in order to get them there for the pomp and ceremony.
Of saying one sentence that could have been an email.
Yeah.
And it's what that represents. It's the power and the riches and the fascist ideology. But also, I've literally just written down here, I've had it written down, in the desert, water is king. Yeah. Now, you can take that concept, and that applies anywhere. In the desert, water is king. Where there is scarcity, there is value. Doesn't matter what it is.
Yeah, it's like that meme of someone trading a massive diamond in the desert for a small bottle of water.
Yeah. It's like, do you think it's an accident that we are being told repeatedly that we're running out of helium? We're not fucking running out of helium. We've got fucking tons of the shit. Like, we are nowhere near running out of it. But if you make people think it's scarce, they're willing to pay more for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's the same like this, and like the blade they have, the crystal knife.
Yeah, the Chris knife.
That's a very interesting cultural thing because that is a blade made from the tooth of a sandworm.
Yep.
Of a particular sandworm that has religious significance. How's that any different to people in the 1700s thinking they were buying unicorn horns? Like, again, scarcity. You can't just say, oh, this blade is made from the tooth of a sandworm, because there's fucking sandworms everywhere, and they've got 100,000 of those teeth in their heads.
Well,
Yeah, but
no.
getting-
Well, the thing is, every sandworm is Shai Hulud.
Exactly. So, but you know, so the value in that is not in how many there are, because there's hundreds of thousands. The value is in how did you get it?
Yeah.
The danger of getting it. And it's that same comment as that I just made about diamonds. Like, I'd like my diamond without human suffering and death, thank you.
Yeah.
Like, if a random sandworm died in the desert and they came across it and just plucked its teeth out of its head, would those blades be as valuable?
I mean, I think they'd still have value because, again, like,
they're a weapon, yeah, but they would have inherent value. But would they have that sense of, if you die holding this, you die with honor? If they'd just been plucked out of the head like off roadkill.
Like, I still think so, yes. Just
because of the religious significance the sandworm has.
But again, the reason the sandworm has significance is because it exists within that culture.
Yeah.
Like, Paul clearly does not understand the significance of the blade he's being handed, except for the fact that he's been dreaming about this thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And therefore, the value it has to them is not the same value it has to him. To him, it's just a blade. To them, it's religiously significant.
Yeah. Okay, so that brings up another very key, culture clash scene where Jessica meets Shutout Mapes.
Yes.
And Shutout brings the Chris knife as both a gift and a test.
But they call it the Chris knife.
Yeah.
Now, to us as regular people, we think Christ, we think crystal, we think valuable, we think diamonds. That's the thought process our brain goes by. And that's what that word's supposed to invoke in our mind. But why would the Fremens call it a Chris knife?
I just assumed that it was related to Chris daggers or Chris blades, as in the wavy ones.
But so, Shutout, asks what, asks Jessica what it means. And this is something that we get more detail in the book because we get her inner monologue. And Jessica recognizes the name as an old Chicopsa word. And so she was going to say it is a maker of death. But she got so far as a maker of, and Shutout fills in the blanks herself where, it really is the one because she recognizes it as the maker of the desert, the maker of the spice.
Yeah. And it's very telling that the weapon they use for killing is also a product of the same creature that creates the spice.
Yeah.
And I think this is a really nice segue into let's have the discussion about drugs. Like, because this spice, this drug in this thing, it's not only a fuel.
Yeah.
It's a drug that you get addicted to. And it has all these supposedly like near mythical effects. Like it can give you the power of precognition. It can give you it can like catalyze other superpowers from your bloodline. It can, it makes your eyes glow blue. It does all these things. People literally take it and allow their body to be deformed by taking it so much. So because it gives them the power to compute the kind of mathematics required to do interstellar travel.
Yeah.
Like this is it, and it's not only a fuel, but it's an addictive substance. And its effects are very, like, to me it's somewhere between the opium wars, opium, cocaine, that kind of thing. People fighting wars over that shit. But also maybe a little psilocybin with the way that's being presented at the moment as this drug that can help with depression, can help with PTSD. It's this wonder drug, but everyone's a little bit nervous of it. And rightly so. Like, you should always be nervous of a new drug. Like, not so nervous that you refuse vaccines, but if you're being promised that a drug will fix everything and do everything and cure everything, be very suspicious.
Well,
that's not how drugs work.
I think it's also interesting that it creates effectively an in-world thing that would be our equivalent of if when they started making aeroplanes, all aeroplane pilots have to be on LSD.
Yeah. And they have to be on Adderall. Because like the effects it says it has, like it improves your focus, it improves your mind, it makes you live longer. Like that's Adderall. Like it don't make you live longer, but it certainly doesn't affect your focus, its speed or something like that. And this is the danger of this thing, right? So what you've essentially got is you've got a culture, an economy that is built on a product that is scarce, that is at this point artificially scarce, because like it's so available on the planet that there should be no reason for its price to be that high. And like we even get the line in the movie of the guy saying, "Sell our spice reserves, but do it slowly. We don't want the price to drop."
Yeah.
So there's an artificial scarcity being hinted at there off-world. And that artificial scarcity is probably bolstered by stories of, but look how hard it is to refine it. Look how hard it is to get it off the planet. But you've literally got the fuel to get it off the planet, and you've got it right there, and it's so plentiful, it's in the air. Like, the scarcity makes no sense, unless it's false scarcity. And then you've got this drug, and again, like these people who value this drug, they either value it because it makes them money, or they value it because they're addicted to it. So in that sense, it's more like conceptually more like opium than it is like oil. Yes, it's a fuel, but the people who are really willing to pay the big bucks for it are not the fuel companies or the airlines, it's the addicts.
Yeah.
And I think that's a really sorry, say that again?
Opium piloted aeroplane, anybody?
Yeah. And then of course to the Fremen, the Fremen is probably a lot closer to like an analog for like something like peyote or ayahuasca.
Yeah, I was gonna say like ayahuasca or peyote.
Yeah. Like it's common, it's there, it's just part of the culture.
Yeah.
I mean, hell, even marijuana to like
marijuana in Jamaica,
Jamaica. Yeah.
Again, it's just there, grows wild, and you can roll a joint off a tree. And therefore it becomes part of the culture, part of the religion, and it's common there. But everywhere else in the world, it's expensive because it's either illegal or like artificially scarce. Like it's not a difficult plant to grow, so far as I understand it. Like routinely in Britain, we get news stories of people growing this shit in their lofts in their attics.
Having
Like that's a common news story in the UK, so it's clearly not difficult to grow.
Yeah.
having had relatives who've grown them in their bathrooms. Yeah.
There you go. It's not a difficult plant to grow. So
Yeah.
why is it so expensive?
I mean, it's a
Because
bloody weed. It grows like bamboo.
Yeah, but it's expensive because of artificial scarcity
And illegality.
Illegality, but it's illegal because it's artificially scarce, and because it's the artificial scarcity is what caused the illegality, and the illegality is then feeding the artificial scarcity. Becomes this feedback loop.
Artificial scarcity becomes actual scarcity just because so few people are willing to grow it
and take the risk.
Yeah, I'd say in the terms of weed, the illegality was more a hey, this is how we criminalize certain groups of people without outrightly criminalizing certain groups of people.
Yeah.
Especially in the United States, actually. Like, main drug laws were originally done to discriminate against certain groups. Cocaine was originally, or it was often given to Black dock workers because it's a stimulant. So they would work longer hours, not get as tired. But there were some revolts because they were treated like shit. And so the cocaine crazed N-word headlines were everywhere at the time because they're going to go after the white women. Marijuana, there was a point in time where in Texas you could get life in prison for any marijuana contraband because of the Mexicans. And so it was used to demonize them. After the Chinese immigrants came and built the railroads, they targeted opium and the opium dens because, again, it's going to lure white women in. And it was think of the white women as the precursor
to... Also Nixon famously is
Nixon
on record.
And his welfare queen.
Yeah, well, no, that was Reagan. Nixon famously used the drug war to target his political enemies because...
And admitted to it too.
Because you can't make being a hippie being illegal because, First Amendment rights, but you can make smoking weed, which was,
the main social.
You can make the almost defining hippie activities illegal, even if you can't make it illegal.
It's like you don't have to ban being something; you just have to ban doing something.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah,
and that was very much.
It's like I could literally, if I was the leader of a country, I could get all cars off the road in 10 years. I wouldn't ban cars. I wouldn't ban driving. I'd hike up the price of fuel, and I would make I'd make push bikes free.
Yeah.
They've done it here in Britain. They didn't. We had a massive drinking problem in Britain as a culture. They didn't ban drinking. They banned smoking in pubs. So people don't go out to the pub anymore because they can't have a cigarette with the drink without going to stand outside in the cold, leaving the conversation they're in and everything else. The one of the big, and then the pub economy, well, it still exists, but it's nowhere near what it was.
Yeah.
They had a major problem with underage drinking. So they banned smoking. Smoking's not cool. Therefore, drinking's not cool because the two things go hand in hand.
Yeah, though that did lead to a lot of, in the pandemic, pretty much every single person I know my age was going around to a friend's house and just 6 of us sat in one garden, and then in another garden nearby you see another 6 people, and they were all just sat there drinking.
And Bree, if you're still in the chat, I apologize because you don't like this. I know you don't like this comparison, but they can't outright ban being trans, so they'll ban drag.
Yeah, but that's what that is, because from their understanding, the two things, you cannot, if you ban drag, if you ban the act of dressing like the opposite sex to which you were assigned at birth, by definition, you ban being trans, because that's one of the first things people do when they begin to explore their gender expression and identity is change their fucking clothes, because that's the easiest thing to do. Like, and that is such a vague, broad topic, because what does that mean? Does that mean that as an AFAB person, I'm not allowed to cut my hair shorter than chin length? Does that mean I'm not allowed to wear trousers? Does it mean I'm not allowed to wear sneakers, or I have to wear heels? What does that mean?
So, and here's the thing, like, they're doing that kind of thing here in Florida. There are anime conventions. Like, if I wanted to fucking cosplay Katsuki Bakugo, I could get legally in trouble for doing it because I am a female dressing up as a male character. And and it's not just in the US. Like, there was just recently in Kelowna in Canada, there was a track and field meet. A 9-year-old girl with a pixie cut, AFAB girl, was about to do the shot put, and some fucking hokey grandfather accused her of being a boy and then of being trans. Stopped the entire event, had the girl hysterically crying and fucking traumatized. He was demanding proof that this was a girl, which means he's demanding a fucking genital inspection. Like, I'm sorry, that's fucking creepy.
Yeah, and not only that, right? Look, generally, as a general rule, people view riding motorbikes as a man's thing, yeah? Just in general, as a very broad statement. So does that mean if I put a leather jacket and boots on and go ride a motorbike, I'm doing drag? Does that mean I'm dressing like the opposite sex? If I put a helmet, a jacket, and boots on and climb on a motorbike? And, you know,
I don't wear skirts. Does that mean, I only wear pants. Like, are they gonna fucking come at me?
Yeah, no, culturally, women do the cooking. So does that mean if a man puts an apron on, that he's doing drag? Does that mean that we can't have any male baristas at Starbucks anymore because they've got to wear an apron? Like,
you know, something, my smooth legs.
Yeah. Like, are you going to start saying that we have to shave or we have to do waxing or anything else? Like, where's the line here? And the reason I think it's so important to have that discussion in the context of this movie is this movie goes out of its way to show that actually those culture clashes, those, you know, we value water, you value spice, they are more broadly applicable in, like, I mean, again, I'm British, so I'm first thing I'm calling out is my country's history, insofar as it is my country. But, you know, like, my grandparents didn't have British passports, so I'm not that British. But it's to be fair, both my parents didn't have British passports, so I'm really not that British. But it's that culture clash of you go into a country, and again, America has the same problem. Like, we had this problem in the early 2000s. Everyone knew that you couldn't put ground forces into Iraq and Afghanistan and expect to win hearts and minds and spread democracy. Everyone knew that you cannot force a country to take on democracy. Yeah. Like, by war. You just, those two concepts, like, going to war for democracy is just like invading a country to force democracy on it. Like, by definition, you have to force an ideology on a country that's not democratic.
I mean, this is a crude thing, but I'm gonna say it. That's like trying to rape someone to being a virgin. Like, it just, you can't do it.
It's the comment that got passed, isn't it? Isn't going to war in the name of peace is about the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah.
But it is this thing of, they go to the planet, they think that they have it right, that they want to mine for the spice. They think that that's where the value is in the planet. Like, and it's very telling. There's a line in this movie, it's very telling, where he comes back and he says, there are at least 10,000 people there and there are hundreds of groups. And then he turns to him and he says, they were convinced that there were only 50,000 total. They did not see the value of the culture they had invaded.
Yeah.
Because they didn't stop to consider that this culture had different values than their own. And that's imperialism in a nutshell, right? That's what Britain does. Britain went abroad, went to like friggin' India, and what did it do in India? Rather than looking at 1,000-year history, like, and writings that make reference to Alexander the passing through, you know, rather than recognizing that that culture was amazing and advanced and had technology and foods and all this, they went, actually, no, what we're going to do, we're going to introduce a British system of government, and we're going to steal all your spices, and we're going to keep our British system of government so that your country cannot run the way it's always run, because we are imposing our ideas onto a culture and a space that we don't have a fucking clue about. It's the same reason Africa, like, there's nations in Africa whose borders have straight lines. Like, tell me you understand anything about the way a landmass is laid out if you are drawing borders for countries with straight lines.
Yeah.
It tells me you don't know shit about what you're actually drawing. Because no one would do that. Same as in the Middle East. Like, you have to understand if you are going to invade and be successful, you have to understand the culture. You have to get to know the locals. You have to integrate with them, and you have to learn from them, because they know more about that land than you will ever know.
Yeah.
Like, this is why you can't win guerrilla warfare. Doesn't matter how big your normal war is, how big your military is, how many people you conscript. If you are up against a guerrilla force who knows the lay of the land and knows the local area, you've lost.
Yeah.
Like, no amount of soldiers is going to make up for the fact that you don't understand how to go through the fucking woods.
I mean, there is that one guy who managed to, like, win a guerrilla war on foreign territory.
But the exception that proves the rule.
Yeah, but I mean, he was also the mad lad that brought elephants across the Alps.
And to be fair, like, no, that's not what I mean by winning a guerrilla war on foreign territory. I mean, if you invade a country and it's guerrilla fighters fighting back against your invasion, you've lost. Like, short term, long term, middle term, doesn't matter. Eventually, you will lose. You will lose control of that land if you've gone in there with a conventional force against guerrilla fighters and local fighters.
Yeah.
There's a reason it's such a popular trope in fantasy and stuff, and that's because, frankly, it does kind of work.
It's true. It's because it's true. Historically, we've proven it. Like, 1918, Russia invades Poland, or what was the last vestige. Well, we'll call it Russia for ease. Russia invades Poland and makes it all the way to the gates of Warsaw. And you can look this up historically, makes it all the way to the gates of Warsaw, and then gets beaten back by a bunch of farmers with pitchforks from there, because that guerrilla force, bless you, because that guerrilla force was that the might of the Russian military couldn't do that force. And that happens repeatedly throughout history. It happened in Vietnam to America. It happened in Afghanistan to the Russians and the Americans.
Yeah.
It happens, it happened to Alexander the Great. Look how quickly his empire broke up after he died. Like, look at, the only, historically, I mean, even the Romans, they didn't just go in and take. They went in and they worked with the indigenous peoples because they had no choice.
Yeah.
Do you know what happens if you try and invade an area with indigenous peoples and you don't try and work with them? You get Boudica coming at you across the battlefield. That's how that goes down.
Unless you carried fucking plague with you that they have no natural immunity to.
Yeah. Like, that's the only, that's the only, biological warfare or diplomacy. Those are your two options for expansion.
Okay, so since we are getting into the somewhat genocidal talk,
do we have to put a disclaimer on this bit of this is all speculation in the vein of science fiction and is not to be taken seriously. Yep. Vladimir, stop watching. You're not allowed to see this bit.
But so We're gonna have to go with another nitpick I have with the movie, but like I said, it is a nitpick.
Mm.
Where it's Vladimir Harkonnen that gives the order to exterminate the Fremen.
Who gave it originally?
Originally, it was the Sardaukar who were all for genociding the Fremen, because the Fremen were the only, because when they faced the Fremen in combat, the Sardaukar saw a force that, the only force in the universe that could near equal them, and it pissed off their supremacy, their sense of supremacy, and they sought to wipe them out on what's the word? The
Numbers?
Principle.
Yeah, so again, it's this lust for power, this hunger for power.
Yeah.
And this fascist tendency. And we're saying fascist, right? But it's imperialistic, it's fascist, it's, it's totalitarian as well. It's like it's extreme left and extreme right. We're just using the word fascist because I got stuck on it after seeing those banners in the early series.
Yeah, because, Harkonnen's one big flaw, or one big short sight, the thing that unhinges his entire plan, to wipe out the Atreides and take back, Arrakis, is the fact that he completely discounts the Fremen as any kind of a threat, or any, like, he's like, oh, they're desert savages, I don't give a damn about them, I just want the spice.
Oh, they're desert savages, I don't give a damn about them, I just want the resource that exists under their land. George W. Bush called, he wants his quote back.
To be fair, this is, from before then.
Heck, this is from before Bush won.
Yeah.
But, the hell, this is from before the Russians in Afghanistan.
Yeah.
Sorry, I've now, because I said the words Russians in Afghanistan, I've now got We Didn't Start the Fire running through my head.
Oh, God.
I literally simultaneously. I think I saw it on your face when it started.
Yeah. I but this is the point, right? This is what sci-fi does so well as a genre.
Yeah.
Like, sci-fi writers are not psychic. They're not prophets. They just pay attention.
Yeah.
They are historians who pay attention. The best sci-fi writers are historians. They might not be like academic historians. They might not have a history degree. But you can look at their work and you can see where they've looked at history and they've said, I can see that happening again, but tweaked slightly for the time. Like, there's a reason I look at this movie and I see Iran and Russia. I see Nazi Germany. I see, Afghanistan. I see Iraq. I see these, because historically, like, Britain was in Afghanistan in the 1800s.
Yeah.
Like, it's not a new war. And if you cannot see the parallels between, we have these desert peoples who largely live underground and have this resource that we really, really, really want, so we're going to invade them, but we can't get rid of them because the fuckers always seem to be able to fight back no matter how many soldiers we put on them. You can't see the parallels between that and Afghanistan, you're not paying attention. You're just not paying attention. And it's not just Afghanistan, it's other countries as well. And it's this thing of, this is why I like this genre. Like, don't get me wrong, I can do without the 300 pages of exposition about the color of the sand and how many moons there are in the sky. Like, I can do without that. Like, I don't need to know the exact if you want me to know the exact shade of the leaf on that particular tree, give me the fucking hex code and move on.
So I think you'll prefer Dr. Kind's death in the movie than to their death in the book.
Yeah. Like I have very little patience for that kind of exposition, which is why I don't read a lot of sci-fi, but I do watch my fair share of sci-fi. I'm a big Trekkie. I'm big into Doctor Who. Like, we met because of Doctor Who.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's one of those things where, like, yeah, but I can do without the exposition. That's why I've never fully read Lord of the Rings. I should get on that. I should. But if I have to read that many pages about going for a walk through a fucking field.
But for those of you who aren't aware, because it does tie into it does tie into the themes of Dune. Dr. Liet Kynes basically ends up dying on the sand, dying in the middle of the desert, hallucinating an ecology lecture from their father.
You know how I mentioned earlier about the nature of sanity and the fact that all these people are psychopaths?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Lenny and the rabbits.
And I'm using and I am using gender neutral pronouns very specifically because in adapting it to the movie, Dr. Kynes was gender swapped.
Okay. Like, there is one question I want to ask, right? Because again, it's been so long since I've read the book, I don't remember. Is it specified that all these people are people of color who are in the movie? Or is that just colorblind casting? Because don't get me wrong, the casting's great, it's brilliant. I've no argument against any of it. But I am curious if a 60-year-old book was that woke. Because it's sci-fi, but I don't think it was that woke. I doubt it.
I don't I don't think they were specifically, described as people of color, though I think there is a remark that it's obvious that the blue eyes are a product of the spice and not genetics.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they're literally descended from Earth Muslims and Arabs, and there's a particular look for that, and there's darker skin because more sun in the sky.
Yeah.
That's what melanin's for, folks. So that I get, but the other characters, like the Doctor or the woman, I'm not good with sci-fi names, never have been. Those characters, she's African American, he's possibly Asian, Southeast Asian.
Yeah.
And I wonder if that's just Young sounds like a Southeast Asian name, doesn't it? It sounds like it's going to be Chinese or Japanese. Yue, yeah. Sounds like it's going to be Japanese, Chinese, somewhere in that area, maybe Vietnamese, Cambodian.
And Thufir Hawat does sound vaguely Middle Eastern.
And there's certain names that jump out at you that sound almost African or sound, wherever they're from.
And then you've got sorry, I have to mention this. And then you've got names like Duncan, Idaho.
Well, this is the thing. Then you've got fucking Paul, who is so white, and yet his own father is clearly Mediterranean or Middle Eastern descent. Just to, visually, just to look at him, that guy's not white.
Yeah.
And that the mother's very white. Duncan's very white. Duncan, I'm sure I've seen that actor in an American movie about a soldier or a marine in a love story. I'm
Well,
sure I've seen him
Duncan
in
is
something.
the actor that played Duncan is
Samoan.
Samoan.
Yeah,
That's the
that's
same guy that played
Jason
Sorry,
Aquaman.
Momoa.
not Duncan, not Duncan. The other guy.
Gurney Halleck.
Gurney. Yeah. Okay. I was gonna say because Duncan's not white.
Yeah.
No, not Duncan. Not Duncan. I don't mean Duncan. Because like there's Aquaman's in it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He played
yeah.
Duncan.
Yeah, he played
Yeah.
Duncan.
But like there's certain characters who, you know, they can be from anywhere in the world, and I love that about this movie. Like I love the idea that in 10,000 years, humanity as a species is so uninterested in the artificial borders we drew on our home planet that you can absolutely be in the same family and have totally different racial features and no one gives a shit.
Yeah.
And no one the way my family looks, where like my uncles all look that like they look for like they're like first generation Jamaica, like African Jamaican, and then you've got me who barely looks like I'm not white in the space of 2 generations because the family's that mixed from everywhere. And my family's not a good example because my family's toxic as fuck, but that happening but on a broader scale and people genuinely not caring. Like people genuinely like, yeah, you've got a father whose great grandparents were probably from somewhere in Africa on Earth, and your mother's like probably from a totally different planet entirely, but looks like a white earthling. And that's cool. I love that as a concept that is just not commented on at all, because yes, we are in a world where we need non-white representation on screen. And we need stories about non-white people. But it's also nice to just sometimes sink into a plot and a story where race actually genuinely is not the point.
Yeah.
Like, okay, the Fremen are the Fremen and they look vaguely Arab and Middle Eastern because they are descended from that area of Earth.
So like the way they did it in Dune versus like Bridgerton, where they make it a plot point of, hey, like the king fell in love with one of us, and that's why things are so.
Well, the king didn't fall in love; it was an arranged marriage, and but like the idea that they don't retroactively change the plot just because they happen to find a really good actor who can play that role who's not white.
Yeah, or like, do you know how to lift, like, if you want an example of how to lift from the Mongols without Mongol coding, Dune.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, because like look at the Sardaukar in Dune. Because like all their thematic, the music that is played while they're on screen, it's all Mongolian throat singing, which is just epic.
But this is what I mean of, this is what sci-fi gives us that's so magic, and why I love the way media is going at the moment of doing that colorblind casting, especially in sci-fi.
Yeah.
Because if you go back 40, 50 years, the early episodes of Star Trek, early Star Wars, like Star Wars until much more recently than you'd like to think, it was white. It was just white. It was very white. Like Star Trek had Lieutenant Uhura, but largely it was white. And so what sci-fi like this does for me as a non-white person, it says, yes, my people are going to exist in 10,000 years. My people are not only going to exist, my people are going to be important. My people are going to, like, people like me will exist, and people who look like me do survive and do make it and do go on to form the bloodlines of cultures that will travel the stars and will make it. And I cannot emphasize enough how meaningful that is. The idea that someone imagined a future that wasn't white is so powerful. Because until very recently, that wasn't a thing. Like, I'm talking about in my lifetime. In my lifetime, there was a point in my life where the only black characters I knew about in media at all were Lieutenant Uhura, who wasn't really shown on British TV, a character from Only Fools and Horses who was basically a comedy relief, a couple of doctors on Holby City, and Adrian Lester as the lead con man in Hustle. And that was it. Like, the first time I saw a black woman on TV that I had any kind of identification with was Martha Jones on Doctor Who.
Yeah.
Because someone imagined that a black person could travel in time for the first time when they cast her. And the power of that, like, it's so hard for me to explain it. And don't take offense by what I'm about to say, but it's hard for me to explain that to white people. Like, you've never looked at a movie about the future and not seen someone who looks like you.
Yeah.
And you've never looked at a movie about rich people or powerful people or clever people and not seen someone who looks like you. Like, regardless of what minority you are within being white, you know, if you're minority ethnic within being white, if you're Irish or you're Eastern European or anything else, those people still look like you. Like, fundamentally, they still look like you. They could be you. They could be your descendants. And that's this movie for me. I looked at this movie and I was like, is that what the future looks like when people stop giving a shit about what race you are? Like, where you are actively recruited based on your merits and on your abilities. Like, where you're from is nothing more than a line on your ID card, and maybe your name calls back to it because you're proud of your family history. Like, that's such a powerful thing for me. And like, I still, you know, we see it every time. Like, people talk about characters who were made, who were race swapped.
Yeah.
Or characters who
something Black Aragorn streamed last week.
Yes, Black Aragorn streamed last week. Or even characters who are not race swapped. Like, imagine if you wrote a story now about a mixed race teenage girl who was a chosen heroine to save the world from roll the dice global warming.
Yeah.
Imagine the backlash you'd get from that for being too woke. Because why does she have to be mixed race? Why does she have to be this? Well, why the fuck not?
Well, I mean, look at the backlash the first Spider-Verse movie got for being too woke because it was about Miles Morales.
Yeah. And this is, again, this is why I'm loving this resurgence in sci-fi recently, post-BLM. Not that BLM's not ongoing, but you know what I mean, like post that height of BLM, where people are actually stopping and saying, okay, but why does everyone in this scene have to be white?
Yeah.
And like, I will hammer this point like every stream if I have to, because they don't. And that's the point. It's not why do they have to be white? It's why don't they? It's like, why not? You know, if you've got a really great black actress who clearly like played that part incredibly well, why wouldn't you cast her as that part? You know, if you've got a guy with vaguely Mediterranean looks or Middle Eastern looks who can play the part of Leto really well, why wouldn't you cast him over the white guy who looks more royal to your eyes? You know?
Also,
you know, why?
You know, all hail Oscar Isaac, the king of the nerds.
But even with Duncan, like, why would you? Why, just because he's got white boy number 3 name doesn't mean he has to be white boy number 3.
You're not wrong. Fucking Duncan, Idaho. There is not a whiter name, I don't think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mixed race actress plays Greta Thunberg. I take issue with because Greta Thunberg's a historical person, so that's kind of where I draw my line.
So on the on historical quote unquote race swapping, I was gonna talk about this eventually, but I am going to dip my toe into the toxic sludge that is Cleopatra discourse.
Are you sure you want to do this?
I'm so here's my take. How you cast Cleopatra only matters depending on whether you're leaning into the Augustan propaganda or if you're subverting it.
Okay.
Like if you are if you are going with Cleopatra as seductive, as foreign exotic seductress, maybe don't make her black. If you are going Cleopatra, the brilliant stateswoman and diplomat,
maybe don't make her black. Because Cleopatra was not black.
Yeah.
Cleopatra was of Greek descent. Cleopatra's family never married local Egyptians. Ever. Cleopatra's family was so against marrying local Egyptians and people outside of their race, their family tree looks like a fucking wreath. They were marrying their own siblings before they would marry locals because the locals were like different to them. Okay, they were fucking inbred as all hell. They were more inbred than the Habsburgs. They were not black.
Oh, okay.
Now, if you want to cast a black woman as Cleopatra because she's this great stateswoman and you want to tell that story and you want to do colorblind casting, great. But don't pretend you're being historically accurate because you're not. And I say that about it. If you want to cast a black Anne Boleyn, if you want to cast a black any character or white any character, just don't pretend you're being historically accurate about it. And obviously, if you are casting a white guy to play Martin Luther King Jr., you need to rethink that because there are plenty of black actors who can do it. And at that point, you're punching down, so you're in the wrong.
Yeah.
But like, if you're punching up and you're casting a black person as a white character, like, and you're doing that, fine, but don't pretend you're being historically accurate about it because you're not.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at on it anyway. Like, I don't care if you cast a black Anne Boleyn or you cast Queen Charlotte as an ethereal white woman. Well, I do because she was mixed race. I don't care if you cast. Like, I'm not being funny. There are certain people you shouldn't race swap.
Yeah.
Like, if you're going to make a movie about Brexit and you cast a black guy as Nigel Farage, I'm going to side-eye you.
Yeah.
Like,
or
just as an idea of what popped up.
Yeah, or
you can't cast a guy playing Enoch Powell as a black guy. You just can't do that.
Another possible example is might not be a good idea to race swap Samwise Gamgee.
Yeah.
Not because he isn't a great character, because he is. It's just the role he fills in the story edges kind of scarily close to Uncle Tom's stereotypes if you add on that racial baggage.
Yeah. Now, if we get to a point where we are genuinely post-racism, as a culture, then my answer changes.
Yeah.
But that's not going to happen in our lifetimes, let's be honest.
Yeah. I've made it plain before and I'll make it plain again. My position on colorblind casting / race swapping is, in a perfect world, it would be great. We are not, unfortunately, we are not in a perfect world, so we have to
tread carefully.
Yeah, unfortunately, we have to account for racial stereotypes that might be accentuated by the themes of the character arcs that the actor would be playing.
Yeah, like, look, you know, we should have made that go to number 1 again. But, you know, Ding Dong the Witch is Dead. Like, I'm not being funny. If someone decided they were going to make a film about Margaret Thatcher and they cast a black woman to play her, that I'd have problems with, because that
would certainly be a choice.
He was famously, that would be a hell of a decision. Or if they made a film about Elizabeth II, now she's dropped dead, you know, and cast a black woman to play her, I'd be like,
Or,
you know, you're saying something with that casting choice. Make sure you're saying what you mean to be saying.
Or how you side-eyed the casting choices of Sandman until you realize that most of those were race swapped.
Yeah.
You know, most of those were, as you know, basically an example of colorblind casting gone wrong.
Yeah. And that's the thing, like, it can go wrong. With the best intentions, it can still go wrong.
Yeah.
You know, the reason I love the original Bridgerton was the Duke was a black guy and his colour was utterly irrelevant to the plot. Like, it wasn't even mentioned. Black guy, white girl, fall in love because the Queen played Cupid, job's a good one. Great story. Then they went and made Queen Charlotte, and 90% of the plot was about the fact that she was half Moorish, and, you know, the rest of the plot was about the fact that the king was mad.
Yeah.
And, like, yes, that's historically, like, those were problems. But, there, you know, there's still no black lords. There's still no black blue bloods. You know, because you cannot be black and be blue-blooded, because blue blood as a concept is a racist concept. It means your skin's so pale you can see your veins and your veins are blue. You can't do that if you're not fucking white.
Yeah.
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 Like, that's what that concept comes from. That's where they were proud of the fact that their skin was so pale they could see their veins. They were blue-blooded.
Also, fun little tidbit to bring us back to Dune. Since you mentioned the Habsburgs, there was a fun little bit of Twitter roasting that happened about around the time Dune was released. When one of the descendants of the Habsburg family unironically tweeted a quote from the Bene Gesserit and got completely roasted for it.
What was the quote?
Oh, I'd have to look up the tweet. But
our plans are measured in centuries.
Yeah.
We have, oh my God. Yes, it was Edward Habsburg. I'm looking at the tweet now.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Ambassador of Hungary to the Holy See and Sovereign Order of Malta. Like, dude, if your plans are measured in centuries, you need to plan your breeding program better.
Yeah.
Like, that chain and I have the problem.
Don't do one thing real fast and make it wait, especially when it's a breeding program. Breeding programs probably don't tend to like waiting.
Yeah.
Look, incest is like a roll of the dice, okay?
Yeah.
Sometimes when you do incest in a bloodline, what you get is the queen who speaks 6 languages and is historically known as this amazing diplomat, and like wasn't particularly beautiful, but people were enraptured by her because of her intelligence, beauty, and kindness to her people. Cleopatra. Sometimes you roll the dice and you get King Charles the Cocker Spaniel who thinks he's a tampon. You win some, you lose some. That's the game.
Yeah. So, do we have anything else to discuss?
I don't think so. I do want to like this movie. Like, I can tell there's a lot of politics underlying this movie. I am fully aware that there's a full-on Game of Thrones backstory shit going on.
Yeah.
Like, you can tell that from the movie. But I will say, the movie, for me, where it falls down, it's very difficult to follow if you don't have a basic understanding of what the plot of Dune is.
Yeah.
Like, it's very difficult to, like, keep the people straight, keep the things straight. And for me, that's... This movie is the book reader's movie. This is not a... This movie is a movie for the book readers. It's a bit like Hannibal Rising was when it came out. It's a really bad movie. But in one aspect, what it did, you couldn't understand the movie unless you'd read the book. You could watch the movie and you could probably pick it apart and do bits with it, but you couldn't really understand the intricacies of what was happening in the movie unless you'd read the book.
Which brings me to my final nitpick. My final of my 3 major nitpicks is the fact that they cut the dinner scene from the book.
Dinner scene?
So there's a scene right after they're like fairly soon after they arrive on Arrakis where Duke Leto holds a dinner for all the local movers and shakers. And it's basically a condensed rehash where it shows the political strings Game of Thrones behind the stuff being shown all in one scene very beautifully.
Yeah. I mean, that's what's missing from this movie. A scene like that gives us the backstory that we don't have to guess at it.
Yeah.
Because, like, as a historian, I'm looking at these and I'm like, yeah, that's the Soviet Union, that's Iran. Yeah, that's a bit from the War of the Roses. That's definitely from the Romans, and that's pretty sure that's Sparta. Like, as a historian, I know all these things.
Yeah.
But your average person who left school at 18, didn't really give a shit about history while they were there, and certainly doesn't now, isn't spotting all those patterns and making those links.
Yeah.
And that's where, for me, this movie falls down in... I shouldn't have to be an actual historian to be able to enjoy this movie without having read the book.
Yeah.
Like, I shouldn't have to have an actual degree in history, 2 degrees in history, to be able to watch this film and follow it because I haven't read the book.
Yeah.
Like, that's...
So
you know...
I managed to also follow it without the book, but also I am aware that I do not constitute the average reader either.
Yeah.
You're not, though, because you might not have the degrees in it, Chaos, but I'm pretty sure at this point everything I know, you know better. Like, and I freely admit that you are well more advanced to me on a lot of topics. So you've got that reading and that level of understanding. But the thing is, not everyone reads fucking Plato in their downtime. Not everyone knows. Not everyone binge watches the back catalogue of Blue's OSP videos on the ancient Roman Empire and the history of ancient Greece once a quarter of a year. You know, not everyone's watching all of that every 3 months.
Overly
Not
Sarcastic
everyone's...
Productions is amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not everyone's reading Mary Beard's SPQR because they're bored on a Saturday afternoon.
Though
and they shouldn't have to.
On OSP, you know, great channel, but I will have to say media, like we did detailed diatribe before they did, because their detailed diatribe is basically
It's Media Musings with PowerPoint.
yeah, it's basically media musings with PowerPoint.
Yeah, basically.
And media musings did premiere before they started doing detailed diatribe, so we did it first.
Yeah, but then they did trope talks first, and trope talks is basically when you get trope talks and you get 4 people talking about the tropes all at once for a long time, you get media musings. So
Yeah.
Well,
there are no original ideas in the universe,
Yeah.
basically, folks.
the idea of originality was made up by Victorians and several other groups.
But
I mean, yeah.
What I'm saying is, if internet hipsters still exist and you want to see the detailed diatribe before it got cool, watch Media Musings.
Yeah, we did it before it was cool. We're still
Yeah.
not cool.
Still not cool.
No, it's been rather warm recently.
So basically, like like aside from our various nitpicks, what would have made Dune Part 1 the perfect adaptation would have been to cut back on a few of the desert establishing cinematography and put in the dinner scene.
Yeah. Basically, like, stop showing me. I know what sand looks like. I know what sand looks like. I don't know the intricate politics of which families are trying to murder each other. I care about
The answer is yes. All of the above. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, which are trying to murder? Yes. Like,
yeah. Like, there's one scene in it that's just straight up, it's just Julius Caesar. So, like, you know,
Yeah.
I get it. But again, I should not have to know the history of the assassination of Julius Caesar and the history of the Minoans and also the history of the Trojan War in order to understand this movie. And yet, without reading the book, I don't think I'd have understood this movie without knowing all those things.
I think if I did not have the understanding I did, I could still have enjoyed this as like a popcorn thing. However, I think that when you do have that understanding because of either background knowledge or having read the source material a bit more, it provides like almost a second separate experience.
Yeah. And I think as well, the danger is with this movie, if you haven't read the book or you do not have that grounding in history, you're going to get bored before the end. Because there's nothing there to grab you as, like, the last thing I would recommend to anyone is doing what I've done, which is coming to this movie without having read the book first. I would not recommend to, like, if you know, what's the target audience for Dune? It's what, like, teenagers, late teens, like, as a general, like, post-apocalyptic teenager chosen one, like, that's the age group it's aimed at. If you put the average 17-year-old in front of this movie and they hadn't read Dune and then you fuck all about Dune, do you really think they're getting through the first hour and a half before they're already reaching for their phone and they're on TikTok? Like, that's not something that's happening.
Yeah, no, I feel like my little brother, who is nerdy but not as nerdy as me, if I told him it was worth to sit through, he would, but he'd have to have someone actively encourage him to sit through it.
Yeah. And that's what I mean. Like, this movie is not a movie for people who are just looking. Like, you can enjoy this movie as a popcorn movie, but I genuinely think if you came to this movie without trying to understand it on a deeper level, you get bored. Because this movie does not have much by way of shallow entertainment value. Like, okay, it's got a couple of cool fight scenes and the explosions are fun. But frankly, it's got the same level of pure entertainment value on that shallow level as a Bond movie, and I can barely sit through most of them. you know, it's less entertaining than a Bond movie unless you are actively engaging with the plot and the politics and the dynamics of the characters.
I will say, though, for people who appreciate the source material,
Mm.
this is an excellent film. Like, a few minor nitpicks aside, like, none of them are like, it's not like this is Earthsea, okay? So, like, it's not like they just took a massive shit on the source material. Like, this actually did a really good job of bringing it to life.
Yeah.
Yeah. And this is what I mean. Like, it's a great movie, and it does make me want to go and read the book. But straight up, if someone had just sat me down in front of this movie and I didn't know Ring loved it, and I didn't know we were doing it for Medium Musings, I'd have probably turned it off after an hour and been like, what the fuck did you just tell me to watch? Because I'd have just been like, why? Because around the hour point is around the point where I'm realizing, shit, the protagonist is a fascist and I don't gel with that. And it's only as you get further into the film you begin to realize that you're not supposed to, and that there's still a plot worth following there.
See, throughout this conversation, something I realize now I didn't make clear from the start. My entire context of this conversation is everything past about an hour and 5 minutes of the film. I have seen nothing before it. I have not seen any of the source material. That is it.
And that being said, I get the feeling that Dennis Villeneuve was optimistic that it would do well enough in theaters that he would get the sequel greenlit.
Oh yeah, because he cut it at a cliffhanger.
Well, no, that is a very natural place to stop it in the narrative. If you were going to split it.
But also he cut it at a cliffhanger.
Here's why. Because we have one of the last shots of the movie is of a Fremen riding a sandworm, and cut back to Atreides, or to Paul, who has seen it, and he says desert power.
You can't argue in the desert. This is the war desert.
No, because
image I got.
because we are gonna get like the second half of the book is where we get like the really pulpy action stuff with riding the sandworms.
Because it's very sort of Neo from the Matrix on a train surfing, isn't it? Kind of look that was going for. Like, that's very like, okay. It's almost as if the movie's saying to you, okay, we appreciate that you sat through the boring bit. Come back and you can have your reward. Like, that's almost what the movie is saying.
You're not wrong.
The movie's sort of saying, right, you've done the boring bit. Now go grab some popcorn because we're gonna blow this shit up.
Yeah.
Like,
I am looking forward to part 2, though.
Yeah,
I really am.
I do want to see part 2 now, though. I will say,
and I'm gonna have to go back and reread the book.
Yeah,
I haven't done it in 20 years either.
Yeah, same. But for me, I think the definition of a successful film for me, especially when it's part of a franchise, is when I watch the first one, do I want to watch the second? Or when I watch a series, do I want to watch series 2? Am I excited for series 2?
My 20-year high school reunion is in 2 years. Fuck me. It's been 20 years since I read that book. It's been more than that because I read it in middle school. When the fuck did I get old? I'm gonna have an existential crisis now, motherfucker.
It's fine. You can read the book and go back to being like 13.
I just need to find that immortal vampire to turn me. Like, I can give up sunlight if I have to. Just hopefully it's not.
I've already given up sunlight, and no vampire's been near me.
I mean, honestly, does it look like I go in the sun? Like, Really? Like, no.
Me neither. Me neither. But yeah, it's like I am excited for the second movie. I do want to read the books. I want to see if there's an abridged version of the books that doesn't witter on for 100 pages about the color of the sand. But I do want to read the books. Like, I would justify reading an abridged version of them that was more like.
To be fair, the bulk of Dune is actually more the political stuff.
Yeah, like I if I could get all the political stuff without like the exposition, right? Like every fantasy novel does it. Like the first 100 pages of any given fantasy novel is exposition about the world. But I'm generally of the opinion, and the way I read stories and the way I like stories is, don't tell me about the world. Drop me in the middle of it, and then point shit out as and when it becomes relevant.
That's kind of how I prefer writing. Like, I mean, I'm, again, just getting back into writing after fucking 15, 20 years. But I much preferred that where it's like, you start off, like, and, you know, shit's going on, and then I just kind of, like, drip feed world. You might get, like, a few, like, large bursts, like, if something major happens. But for the most part, it's, like, kind of like a drip feed where it's kind of woven into what's going on with the character, and it's, like, exposed as you come to it, as opposed to hear me doing all this world building before we get into the fun stuff.
Yeah, it's like, you know that meme of what your teacher says the curtains were blue means and what it really means. Like your teacher says it means they were depressed and this, that, and the other, and what it really means is the curtains were fucking blue. I have an addendum to that meme. Why the fuck should I give a shit that the curtains were blue?
Yeah.
Why is that relevant to what's going on in the room?
Yeah.
Make them, if it's relevant, tell me. If not, I don't give a shit what color they are.
Protagonist, you know, is kidnapped and they've got a bag over their head. They wake up in a room and they see the blue curtains, which lets them know that, oh, those are the colors of the house that are against mine. So I'm in deep shit. It's relevant there because it lets them know, oh, yeah, no, these people have me. Otherwise,
I'm sat in a room drinking coffee. I don't care what shape the mug is. Like, tell me what kind of coffee I'm drinking. I can figure out. Like if you tell me someone like uses an old jar to pour whiskey, like that tells me something about the person. But if you tell me someone drinks whiskey, that tells me something different about the person. But I genuinely don't care that the whiskey is 17th century fine cut crystal that came from a fucking, like that's some great grand earl's second favorite whiskey glass, unless it's relevant to the plot that the person drinking the whiskey is a pretentious prick. Then that's relevant. Otherwise, it's not relevant, and I don't care. It's a whiskey glass. Drink the fucking whiskey.
Yeah, it's like, yes, these are blue curtains. Why did you tell us they were blue? Is it because it's hiding the stain of blue alien blood?
Yeah, I kind of like mine where it's like, oh yeah, like, you know, blue and silver curtains. Blue and silver are the house, you know, from the kingdom over that they want to overthrow my royal family. So like that denotes them as enemies. I'm in enemy hands. Like it's relevant.
Yeah, but if I'm just sat in the room writing my diary and I look up and the curtains were blue, so fucking what?
Yeah, it's like, or you could say, oh, you know, I sat down to write and like the sun is filtering in through the curtains. It doesn't matter what color they are, but it's telling you roughly how long you've been sitting there. It's like you start in the morning and now it's like the late evening or late afternoon sun. It's like, oh shit, I've been here for a while. Like I got lost in it. You're using it to note time, but you're not saying, oh, it's the blue curtains. That doesn't matter. It's the light coming through the curtains that is relevant to tell you how much time has elapsed.
Or, you know, sometimes this means, look at how good I am at drawing hands.
Yeah. And it's this thing of, you know, if you were describing me as a person, is it relevant that my nails today are purple and blue? Not to most people, but if you know it's Pride Month and you know I'm bisexual, maybe then it's relevant.
Yeah.
But unless my sexuality is relevant, why are you pointing it out? And this goes back to that commentary I gave on race and on anything else. Like, why should a character be queer, be black, be not neurodivergent, be wear glasses or not, be tall, be short? Not just why not, but why does that matter? Like, as with anything in the same, like, you cannot take the plot of Dune and put it anywhere else but where it's based, because the plot is fundamental to the setting. Like,
Yeah.
I understand why you spent 24 pages talking about the color of the sand and the nature of the dunes. I understand why you've done it. My only problem is you didn't give me a reason to give a shit before you started describing it. Like, tell me why I should give a shit. Tell me that these sands are full of a drug that can give me superpowers and help me travel in space and time. And also that there's a war over these sands. And then describe the dunes to me, because then I'll care. But before you tell me why the dunes matter, like, I just think that you're really, really, really in desperate need of a beach holiday.
And then for me in my writing, like, I guess it's just being bisexual. Like, most of my characters are queer. Like, bisexual is kind of like the norm. But it really only becomes relevant when dealing with the interpersonal relationships and dating of said characters. Like, I don't point out, oh, this person is queer. And sometimes you might not even know that the person is queer starting out because they're in a heterosexual relationship, but it's poly. And then all of a sudden you get some background that, oh, these two characters have actually like been in a relationship before. And so it just goes along.
To do it in the Dune, like, I understand, right, from that scene with Leto and, is it Stilgar? The lady
Stilgar.
Stilgar. Can you tell I watched it with subtitles and my dyslexia didn't like it, folks?
Or Silgar, yeah.
Like, you spent most of this movie explaining what spice is, explaining about the dunes and everything else. And yet, if you'd have just shown me that one scene of the spitting, you've told me all of that without ever once having to do a long lingering shot over a CGI version of the Sahara Desert.
Yeah, I feel like
what sand looks like.
I feel like a lot of the visual exposition could have been done with that scene, and then maybe if they did like a shot of the characters walking away from that scene, and
this is the thing. If you'd shown me the planet with all the sand on it and the worms, and you'd explain spice after I'd seen that scene, I'd understand that the sand is important. Because you show me it first, I look at it and I just think, you've just picked the most desolate landscape you can think of because you want your victim culture, who are going to be taken over by imperialists, to have an environment in which they can take on a standard army and win. Like, that's and I can, and because that's how my brain works, I see the hand of the author in you showing me the dunes first. Whereas if you show me why water is scarce in this area and then show me the dunes, you're filling in the gap rather than expositing. And the one thing I can't stand when I'm reading, and it really winds me up, and in movies as well, I don't know about anyone else, the hand of the author. Like, if I can sense the hand of the author in the writing, that's bad writing. Like, you shouldn't have to tell me. Like, why have you spent all this time telling me about the dunes and the sand and what the sand looks like when you've already shown me that I am watching people in a desert environment where water is so scarce that even spitting is considered the highest honor of someone? Like, do you understand how showing me the dunes and showing me two people spitting at each other and that being an honorable greeting tells me the same thing, but one actually makes me give a shit?
Yeah, and where I was gonna kind of go with that is I feel like a lot of the other stuff that they only filled in a little bit, could have been filled in really easily with after the scene with the spitting if they showed the group walking away and like maybe one of the aides asking a question about like why were their eyes blue, and then the knowledgeable aide maybe going, "Oh, it's the spice," and him going, "Wait, the stuff we use to travel the stars changes your eye color." That would have given you so much more context in just a few lines.
Yeah, and this is why, like, I love, like, you can always. There's certain books that stick out in my memory. There's a book called Spies by Michael Frayn. I read this when I was 16 for A level.
Yeah.
And throughout the entire book, like, it's so exposition heavy. There's a lot of symbolism in it. It's an A level text. It's a literature text. It's going to be. But the bit of that book that sticks with me is when he talks about his brother as an old man. And his brother speaks in German as an old man, saying, "Daddy, Daddy, why can't we go home?" And that is, or, you know, there's a line he gives, because that line tells me more about the brother than the entire book did.
Yeah.
Tells me about what the brother had been through and everything else. And I was more interested in the brother than the main story. And this is what happens sometimes. Like, you get minor characters and they say one line and you're more interested in them than the main plot. Like, it happens with the Doctor in this one. Like, I want to know how his wife was captured, why she was captured, where I want that plot. Because in that one line of, "I didn't have a choice, sire, they have my wife," he's stolen the entire plot. Because I suddenly care more about him than I do about the fucking sandworms. Like, why do I, you know, like, when the girl hands him the sword and she says, "I don't believe you'll win, but I want you to die with honor. If you die holding this, that will be an honor." Like, I want her story. She's interesting. She thinks in weird ways. I want her story. I don't give a shit about the fact that her people live underground. I want to know what made her say that and why she cares so much.
Yeah.
And this is like, when you see the hand of the author and you get it happens all the time. It's like it's when the author goes from showing you to telling you. Like,
yeah.
You know, don't tell me that the curtains were blue. Tell me why it matters. Don't tell me, you know, if you write, okay, whiskey example again, because why not? If you write me a 19-year-old American who walks into a bar with a fake ID and orders whiskey, that tells me something about that American. That tells me that they're used to drinking hard liquor. That tells me they've probably got a rough background because they're not supposed to be drinking at all. That tells me they've got criminal connections, that because they've got a fake ID. That tells me a lot of things about them very quickly. But if you tell me those things, if you say, you know, she was a 5'7" blonde bombshell who liked to, you know, who had, you know, friends in dark and low places, I don't care. You've told me all of that by her drink order. Tell me something new. Like, I don't care what color her hair is. It's not relevant.
Yeah.
You know, the fact that she orders whiskey in a bar at 19 tells me more about her than, like, whether her boobs boobly.
Oh God, fucking r/men writing women. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Okay, so I love the click. I even have my own emotional support demon, and I'm waiting on my mango to come from Makeshift. But that aside, like, the only time that it really matters, you know, other than if you're trying to give the readers a sense of what the people look like, and you can keep it concise. You don't need 10 pages to describe one person. You know, you can give a basic description so people can kind of get an idea in their head. But really, you're right. Like, things like hair color don't matter unless you're talking about in a sci-fi or fantasy setting where it is
They
relevant. Like
differentiate you.
where, the person having blonde hair or white hair is odd. It marks them as different, where they stand out because of it, because everybody else
no,
has shades of brown.
Yeah, they have a bad case of anime protagonists and they've got pink hair.
Yeah, well, that
You
too.
Or like the I'm sure I heard, apparently there's an anime of a character with pink hair and green eyes, and she spends the entire plot actively avoiding trying to be the main character of an anime. And that sounds fantastic to me. That's a brilliant satire and a brilliant trope breaker. But like, I don't like one of the most famous novels in modern history, The Great Gatsby.
Yeah.
Have you ever actually sat down and read the description of Daisy?
I haven't
isn't
read
one.
I haven't read the Great Gatsby, so
Like Daisy, one of the most iconic characters in American literature. And she's described as ethereal and light. And that's all you get. Like, you don't get shit about, and you're given tidbits of what her character's like. She's flighty and she doesn't drive safely because other people do. And she's this upper class girl who drinks like foofy drinks. But that's all you get. So you form this mental image of a kind of Marilyn Monroe Barbie girl ditz with no brains. But then she's described as tiny and as fragile. So she's clearly got no bosom going on. And that's how your brain fills that in. But you're told very little about what she actually looks like. I studied this at GCSE, and our teacher did a thing where after we'd all read the book, told us all to write a paragraph of what Daisy looked like, to physically describe her. And every single one of us came up with something different. Because there's so little actual description of what she looks like. And yet her description is central to the plot because he's in love with her. And he's constantly staring at her and constantly thinking about her, but never describes her physically.
Yeah, it's like, how far can you go and it still be canon compliant?
Yeah, like, as long as you had a reasonably petite, blonde white woman playing Daisy, that's canon. That's canon. She was ethereal, she was pale, she was light, she was, fragile.
Yeah.
As long as you've got someone who kind of ticks those boxes, you're good. Like, I'm not being funny. We could put Kitty in a white dress, make your hair waving. You could pass for Daisy. Like,
so, and I definitely want to cover this book sometime in the future, but in John Scalzi's Locked In, he does something very, very sneaky with the gender of the protagonist.
Yes, he does.
And it's so sneaky that it had to be pointed out to me. The protagonist is never gendered. Because, well, it's written from the first person perspective, but you never, like, the protagonist's sex / gender is never revealed throughout the novel.
Yeah. And this is the thing, right? It's like when people say, oh, like the argument over Black Aragon, Tolkien never said he was white.
Yeah.
Well, Tolkien never said he wasn't either.
Yeah.
And it just goes to show you, like, we see these classic books. We see Tolkien, we see Dune, we see, there's so many stories where people just aren't described in any depth because it's not fucking necessary.
Yeah.
I mean, one thing I will say, like the Earthsea books, like they were actually really good about meaning them to be people of color. Like the author of those books and my brain cannot pull it out of my ass right now. But she was really, really good.
Ursula K. Le Guin.
Thank you. She was really good about making it a point to not have it be all white. Like, and so when they made the mini series for Sci-Fi and they basically whitewashed the entire cast, that was a travesty, because one of the few like books where like it's explicit that these are people of color to be turned into white people, it's like, ugh.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the almost strange, I guess, results that come from the way people are described with narratives, just in terms of what you do and don't know about them, comes from something that I think was well summarized by something I heard the other day. Can't for the life of me remember where I heard it, but it was something about what higher commandment is there in storytelling than make it matter.
Yeah, make it matter. Like, you've all heard my rant on, again, Channel Punching Bag. There's like, Rowling doesn't say Hermione Granger's white, but she shows us she is. Like, she talks about a girl with bushy hair and buck teeth and freckles. Like, that could be a black girl as much as a white girl. Let me tell you what's not a white girl. Let me tell you what actually is definitely white and is not a black girl. She goes on the run for 8 fucking months with money in her pocket and a bag that has like unlimited storage and doesn't once think to walk into a supermarket and buy a bag of rice. Girl's white.
Yeah.
She's white. She's so white she doesn't even think to buy pasta. She goes foraging for fucking potatoes. She's white.
You could only say Irish.
Like,
yeah,
I mean, do I care? Like, do I care that you cast a black woman to play her? No, because that black woman was fucking amazing on stage, and I will take no arguments on that. She absolutely deserved that role. She was fantastic, but the character was white. You didn't have to say it because the character was white. And the reason the character was white is because the author was white, and the author did not understand that you cannot just transplant a person into a culture that's not their own and expect them to understand the nuances of that. Like, I am not, like, I grew up very much around white culture, but there are certain white things I don't get. Like, how many times have I been on stream and I've just been like, is this a fucking white people thing? Like, I've asked that question because I'm just like,
yeah, and
it's got to be a white people thing.
That's not even just an online thing. That occasionally even comes up when we meet up in person and stuff.
Yeah.
So I literally just put out a TikTok last night because I'm engaging with book talk, and I started reading a dark romance series, and I made a video blaming book talk for it. And then I finished the first book, started the second book, and I was like, apparently there's a trigger warning in the beginning of this book, and it's even darker than the first one. So wish me luck. But I think there's something wrong with me. Is it like fucking white bitch thing that like I'll fall asleep to true crime and like I want to seek out these dark, fucked up romance novels to read? Like, like I don't know, but like every freaking white woman that I know, like they watch true crime and they fall asleep to that shit and they seek out like the darkest of dark stuff. And I don't know, like,
because
is something wrong with us?
No, because as a general culture, as a cultural thing, so not as an attack on any particular white person, but generally as a culture, you know, you are protected from that shit happening to you in real life. Minorities, we don't have that protection, so that shit scares us, so we avoid it.
I mean,
like, I don't want to watch the movie about the serial killer who cannibalized black men. I know black men. Like, duh. I don't want to watch the movie, the TV show, or listen to the podcast about the person who hunts down women who dare go out in public after dark and like cannibalize them after killing them with a crossbow in my hometown, because that could have fucking been me. Because I drink in the pub 3 doors down from where that fucker lived.
That's horrifying.
Like, it's, you know, so, but I think it's about proximity to the reality. If you don't have proximity to the reality of a horror, it's a fantasy to you.
Well, and I think part of
And
it
you
also
have
is
that.
wanting the false sense of security that if you read about it, then you might find a way to not become one of those statistics. Because it is not just people of color that end up getting true crimed, you know?
But it's like why do white women seek out interracial erotica in which black men are borderline abusive in their violence? Because they know that if a black man comes near them with any, like, they know what happened. They know that Emmett Till was lynched and the woman who accused him lived to a ripe old age, and that's never going to happen.
Yeah, I never understood people that like that kind of stuff. Like,
yeah, but just as a general example, like I'm not going to yuck anyone's yum, like, but you enjoy that because you know that will never happen to you in real life. You know you are protected from that happening to you in real life. You know that you do not move in the social circles that will put you at risk of that in real life.
Something 50 Shades of Grey would have been a horror if Christian Grey lived in a trailer park.
Yeah, exactly. Like 50 Shades of Grey. Like, why do white women seek out 50 Shades of Grey? Because a financially controlling, abusive man in your life is such an like, you have so many legal rights and legal protections that is a fantasy to you. It's a power fantasy. Whereas those of us who don't have those legal protections, who aren't necessarily aware that, you know, who did grow up with financially abusive uncles and fathers, who did grow up with uncles and fathers who were more than willing to belt us and beat us, that's not a fantasy to us. That's a traumatic memory. And that's the difference. That's my theory anyway.
Yeah, I read 50 Shades, you know, but I didn't get the romance of it, honestly. But then again, I read it after coming out of an abusive relationship where money was used as a tool to control me. So, you know, there's context there. And like growing up, there were times that we had times of famine and times of feast. Like, you know, there were times we had no money. Like my senior year in high school, I was working 3 jobs and going to school. Like, but then when I was younger, there were times when life was good, you know, and we had money. Like we never went hungry or anything. Like it was never that bad. Like we weren't worried about where our next meal was, but you know, like stretching out clothes, not, you know, getting new stuff for the new school year, or, you know, having to make sacrifices on some things to afford other things. You know, like it was tight, paycheck to paycheck, but still had food in our bellies. So like I said, I've seen like both sides of that, and I never understood women that like lusted after Christian Grey. Like maybe the whole princess fantasy, if he wasn't a controlling and abusive fuckwit, if he literally was a decent guy and didn't like pursue her and control her the way he did, like it'd have to be a completely different story. But the whole, you know, girl being plucked from obscurity to end up on top of the world, either like, you know, falling in love with a prince or falling in love with the wealthy guy that's not abusive, because that's the key thing. Sure, I could see that as like an indulgent, like escapist fantasy.
It's like, look, let's be clear here. Rape fantasies are, by and large, the most common kinky erotic fantasy women have, AFAB people have. Like, multiple studies have shown this. But it is a fantasy. And those same women who say they fantasize about it will also say they absolutely do not want that to happen to them in real life. And if they were ever to play out that fantasy, it would have to be with someone they trusted with their lives. Like, it's a fantasy, and the fantasy is in that lack of proximity to the reality. It's in the distance. It's like you can fill the distance between reality and fantasy with whatever romanticism you like, and that's fine. Fair cop, enjoy. But it's like, it's this thing of, it's the romanticization of these things. It's not necessarily a bad thing, and I'm not moralizing about it by any stretch. We all have weird kinky fantasies. That's what they're there for.
And at the end, if it's written on paper, it's not real. And something that's not real, it's not the same as calling for something in real life. Like, to agree with your point, even like I know people that are survivors that still have CNC, like, or, those types of things. And while not necessarily my yum, I'm not going to yuck it again, like safe and consensual and what have you.
Yeah.
But, I have no problem reading about those things, but there's a difference between reading something and wanting to enact something.
Yeah, it's like, because I look at it, it's like everyone has this fantasy, right? Especially if you're a left winger, we all have this, and we don't talk about it, but there is this fantasy of, I wish there was this fantasy of an ideologically driven, bloodless revolution, in liberty, equality, fraternity, and all that good stuff of a bloodless revolution. Every like, we wouldn't be left wing if we didn't have that ideal somewhere. Like that's but we all also do appreciate that that's not going to happen in real life, and that we can hold that ideal of true equality in a bloodless revolution, but also that if you're going to protest, it's not going to be bloodless.
Yeah,
we know that
your blood or someone else's. Take your pick.
And that's what stays a lot of our hands, because we don't want to get involved in the violence. And especially this, like, media has this habit of creating chosen one messianic narratives of characters. Again, channel punching bag as a prime example. Again, as the zeitgeist of a generation, I'm going to quote it a lot because that's the language people speak. Channel punching bag. When she created a character, there's a line in, I think it's Order of the Phoenix, no, Goblet of Fire at the end, where he's talking to Dumbledore and Dumbledore tells him, and they're talking about what his destiny is and what his future is. And I think the writing in the book goes something along the lines of, and Harry realized with a great rush of pride that what they were discussing was the difference between being dragged into the ring to fight and walking in with your head held high. And that made all the difference in the world. And that's supposed to be in the mind of a 14-year-old. That's fucking dark. That is dark as shit.
I mean, to be fair,
glorified and it's valorized.
I mean, to be fair, Harry had a very, like, abused kids tend to grow up very fast. So, it does speak a little bit more to that.
But they don't, like, as a former abused kid, that we don't grow up fast. We grow up silenced and traumatized, and it looks to the untrained eye like maturity, and it's not.
All right, fair.
Yeah, that is,
and that's why things like, and yet you get that in the Harry Potter series, that valorization of the willingness to sacrifice yourself at a very young age. Then in this movie, we had Paul, who was utterly horrified at the idea of leading a rebellion, of being violent, of being vicious, of being, of being it's this one man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter.
I mean,
and what he had a vision of himself was of him being, he looked like, our mind looks at that visual and says that's a freedom fighter, that's a fight, that's Luke Skywalker, that's Harry Potter, that's the fight of, that's a revolution. And yet he looked at that without that context of our background as a character and went, holy shit, I'm going to become a terrorist.
Yeah. And
that's, I think it's a really important distinction of, it matters about who your audience is. It matters the context your story exists in. And that's not to say these stories about valorizing revolution and sacrifice and everything aren't necessary and a legitimate literature, because they are. But especially in children's media, be careful what message you're giving your 13-year-old if you don't want them to grow up into a rebellious adult left-winger who will absolutely leave you to rot in a state-run nursing home because you weren't any sort of parent to them. Because,
I mean,
you know,
See,
like, be careful. Like, as millennials, like the standing joke with millennials, right? With 3 millennials here. The standing joke with us, you raised us on a diet of Harry Potter and the Hunger Games, and then you wondered why we all turned out to be left-wingers with a problem with authority.
Yeah, and then we found on our own things like Brave New World, Animal Farm, fucking 1984. Like, I went through my dystopian kick and read all of those books, and
Yeah.
I
read 1984 when I was 12.
There is one thing I would love to do an episode after all of us have watched Attack on Titan. Like, I would love for us to have a conversation on that.
I find that wait, how many seasons is Attack on Titan?
They're in the last one now, which I think is season 4.
Because we've found that trying to do a discussion on even a series 1 season long can get kind of unwieldy.
Yeah.
But like, Hive saying something in the chat, he's saying hates 50 Shades, it's twisted kink culture and BDSM. 50 Shades did not twist BDSM culture. What twisted BDSM culture was the lack of media literacy in the people reading it.
Yes.
Where they thought it was showing what it actually is, when really it's somebody who just thinks they're kinky and decides they want to go grab some rope without proper training.
It's a fantasy. And this is the thing, like, you have to differentiate between reality and fantasy when you're reading fiction. And you have to understand that fiction exists on the page. And, like, you have to understand that differentiation of reality and fiction in order to be able to perform proper media analysis and media literacy. And that's why we do this every week. As much as I talk about, oh, yeah, these books are this, that, and the other, what I'm pointing out is these books are still valid. These books are still great literature and great fiction. And the point is, I'm talking about them in the context of their fictional context, not in the I don't believe for a second, like, yeah, Harry Potter Goblet of Fire was dark and convinced a 14-year-old that he was willing to die for a cause. Like, he basically convinced him to sign up to join up for a terrorist group. Is that okay? No, but it's also fictional. And if you are 14 years old reading that, you should have enough education from your parents and your school system that you can grasp that this is fiction, and it's, to an extent, it's escapism and it's a power fantasy. It's not something to emulate in real life.
Yeah.
Like, you should understand that if you are at the level where you are capable of reading this book. Otherwise, you shouldn't be reading it, quite frankly. It's not the book's fault that you're a fucking illiterate.
Yeah, like the book that I was talking about, the Dark One, like, literally the main romantic interest, he is a killer. He goes after the people he kills. The world is better off without them, because he's against the skin trade. He goes after people that, are being trafficked, and he takes out the trafficking rings, frees the victims. So awesome. But then he gets obsessed with a girl and starts stalking her until he essentially gaslights her into falling in love with him. So it's like, you don't want that in real life, but is it fun to read? Yeah, sure. It's a lot of fun to read.
That's basically the plot of Hannibal, but the girl is a guy.
See, I think on a slightly lighter note, a more interesting to me thing of this that's come up recently that is only so interesting because I've never seen it before is my partner is not only a platonic but platonic repulsed. The idea of having friends icks them out. But in playing D&D, they love their character having friends because to them it's part of fantasy.
Oh yeah, it's like, it's like you can be asexual and still read a lot of erotica or write erotic fan fiction, because the concept of sex and sex are two very different things.
So I guess that's kind of an interesting thing that's come up for me recently, is that it's like, yes, this character has a bunch of really close friendships, But if I suggested sitting down at a table to play with several friends, they'd go, "You just said the word friends. Why did you do that? What's this?"
I have another example. One of my favorite spicy, smutty ASMR artists, she is Arrow Ace. But she has recorded some of the raunchiest fucking ASMR sex scenes I have ever heard. I don't know how that tracks, but it does. More power to her, you know? But
yeah, no, and it's like, to bring this back to Dune, it's the idea that in Dune, right, you've got these characters. None of these characters are people to emulate.
Mhm.
None of these characters are people to idolize. None of these characters are people really who the only learning you can get from them really is as a bad example.
Yeah, what
Like
not
if
to
you
do.
are talking about morality and ethics. And yet, I absolutely can fully understand why people with poor media literacy lionized Paul and made him the hero. Because they took the tropes and they've missed the undercutting of those tropes in the text.
Yeah.
Like, this is a piece of media that essentially says it's a Robin Hood story. Like Robin Hood, a elite man whose family was destroyed by a overpowerful tyrant in his local area, was reduced to nothing and had to go live in the wilderness of his area amongst the indigenous and the poor of the area in order to mount a fight back until the true king returned and restored him to his throne. That's pretty much where I see the plot of Dune going. It's a Robin Hood story. Is it not? Other than the king coming to restore him to his throne, because he'll do that himself.
Yeah.
But otherwise, yeah, like these stories exist. You don't necessarily, like, Robin Hood as a character is very divisive. Like, if you're left wing, you like him. If you're right wing, you don't, because he steals from the rich and gives to the poor. That's his whole thing. But right, I don't think anyone should be taking moral lessons from the blue-blooded aristocrat who decided he was going to take a bunch of men and start stealing, and like being a highwayman and stealing from people who were just traveling to the nearest local monastery.
Yeah.
Like, there are, like, all characters are nuanced, and this was what I said, like, right at the start of this stream of this stream has to be really nuanced, and we have to tease out ideas, because there is no character who is fundamentally good or bad in this movie. There is no character who is fundamentally an ideal or a villain. There is no character that you can point out and say he's doing the right thing all the time or she's doing the right thing all the time.
I mean,
like the mother in this is not maternal, but she also is. And then you've got Paul, who is not, who is the least fascist of the fascists, but he's still a fascist.
I mean, really, the only ones I would say would be the Fremen, just because they're just trying to live their lives and do their own thing on their fucking planet, you know?
I mean, they're just trying to live their lives and do their own thing against the people who are coming to take their land because they want the resource under it.
But that's what I'm saying. If anyone is like the good guy, it would be the Fremen. But even that is tainted by the Bene Gesserits and the way they seeded them to essentially accept a Messiah figure in the future. Like, that's all part of the Bene Gesserit plan.
That was that, you know, and they're living on a quote unquote holy land that they've been told they're waiting for a Messiah. Like, I, you know, again, I reiterate the point I made earlier. What side of the Israel-Palestine conflict are you on?
Yeah.
You know, it's, you know, who are you supporting after the Russia invaded Ukraine? Like, who did you want to win when America was in Iraq and Afghanistan? Like, do you think India should have taken its independence when it did from the British Empire? Like, all stories boil down to a very simple: what side are you on? Yeah. Like, when you're talking about stories like this of groups of people and an imperial empire, and what side you are on is very much dependent on your personal politics, morals, and ethics. But what this film does, and I keep reiterating this point, what this film does is primes you to believe certain people are in the right and then immediately undercuts that.
Yeah.
Like, you are shown this culture who are oppressed by an invading force, and yet this culture fights to the death over like silly shit and, you know, takes drugs because as part of its religious thing. But then the people who are in control of them are mining for that drug and are definitely fascists, but also not fascists, and we should be in support of them because they were killed by the other fascists and their father was killed by the other fascists, and now they have to mount a fight back. Like, what this
It's a
movie gets
clusterfuck.
really good is that, yeah, and so's real life.
Yeah. There's a realism to it, and the fact that, you know, everything is shades of gray, just like real life.
And it's like, this is where I think Game of Thrones failed for me. That where Dune wins is Game of Thrones. Like, yes, it had all the intricate politics and everything else, but every character was either good or bad, and you could tell very quickly which one they were, except maybe Tyrion, who was the only really developed character in my mind. Like, the characters were either someone you should root for because they are morally good in some way, or someone you shouldn't root for because they are the most evil of the most evil.
Yeah.
And there was no in between.
Yeah, like if you've ever seen Once
That's not how people...
It's like the way the author in Once Upon a Time approaches storytelling.
Yeah. It's like everyone's either good or bad, and there's no in between. But that's not real life. That's not how real life works. Is it possible to have been raised in a fascist environment and, you know, forced to live under fascist rule and to still deplore it and hate it? Well, yes, the White Rose Society called. They said, yes, you can. You'll die for it, but you can.
Yeah.
You know, is it possible to live under the USSR and deplore it and want to bring it down? Well, yeah, all the people who brought the wall down in 1989 called.
Yeah.
Like, do you think they did that because they were broken and brainwashed? No. You know, is it possible to live under a dictatorship and still absolutely hate the dictator? Brutus called.
Yeah.
You know,
too?
it's yeah. He said yes, him too. People are complicated.
That's
why
what
this movie does really well.
That's why I said it won't, like, it feels like a real world, and the way that everything was woven together into that tapestry, it feels like a living world because it does exist in all of those shades of gray, where it's like every character is morally gray, you know. Some more so than others, like some are worse than others, but again, like, it all interweaves just like in real life. And
and you can believe that each character is a hero in their own mind.
Yeah.
And what you can also do with this, and again, the reason I like this is the film doesn't let you sit back on your laurels. Like, so one of you said earlier that this movie could be a good popcorn movie. I don't think it could, because every time you sat back and you got into your popcorn or looked away to go digging around your popcorn bucket, you'd miss something important. Or the movie pulls you back and says, hang on, are you paying attention?
Yeah.
Every time you sort of get bored and you're like, whatever, like the movie goes, hang on. The movie prods you with a nuance or with something that's not bog standard tropes, or it lampoons a trope.
Yeah.
Or it lampshades something, or it undercuts something or undermines something. Like, and it does it in a really interesting way insofar as it keeps you interested. But it, like, this movie's difficult. Like, it's dense, and it's like,
I mean, the book is like this thick.
Yeah.
It's I don't mean dense in that way. I mean, like, you know, when you read a book and they say it's a difficult book because of the language or the subject, or it's something you're not familiar with, or it was written in the 1800s by some pretentious Oxford don. Like, and therefore it's like pulling teeth to read it and to grasp it, and you have a headache when you're finished.
Yeah.
Like, this movie is dense in the way that kind of text is dense, like historical text is dense. Not because they're trying to be pretentious, but because there's so much going on and there's so much in it, and it almost feels like you are reading an older text, or a text in a language that maybe you're familiar with but you're not entirely fluent in, and so you have to focus and pay attention. And because everything's like humans but a little bit different, it's just unfamiliar enough to make you keep paying attention. And because it has that unfamiliarity, you're looking at it and you're saying, and you're noticing things you wouldn't notice if you weren't giving it that level of attention, because you've realized this is not speaking my language, or this is speaking a language that's like mine. It's like, you pay attention to something more if it's in something you're familiar with but not fluent in.
Yeah.
Like, if I read something in French or Italian, I'll pay more attention to that than I will to something in English, because English I can just read and it's there. But in French or Italian, I may have to Google a word or figure out why that grammatical structure is the way it is.
Or have to actually think and focus and do the translation in your head.
Yeah, and have to wonder, why is that the way it is? Or I'll look at it and I'll go, that wording's really weird for this language. So I'll notice it because I'm not as familiar with the language. I notice the quirks more because I'm looking for them.
Yeah.
Like, when you're not familiar with something and someone does something weird with it, you notice it.
And I mean, given the fact that we've broken the 4-hour mark.
Yeah.
I mean, makes sense considering this is Dune.
Yeah.
And only part one of Dune.
Yeah. But, like, this is what I mean. Like, it's very dense, but it's not dense in the tell me 10 different stories and don't finish them dense. It's dense in the, I think this book may have originally been written in French and someone hasn't translated it properly. It's like I'm reading, it's dense in the way reading Shakespeare is dense. Like there is a glass wall between you and the plot, but the glass wall is not the language necessarily. The glass wall is the familiarity, the combination of the familiarity and the alien and the exotic.
Yeah.
It's like, I watched this movie and I immediately pegged, okay, the Freemen are meant to be some sort of analogy for Arabs in the Middle East. They've got the look, they've got the sound, even their words sound vaguely Arabic. And because I don't know why that is, I'm paying more attention to them than I would if I already knew, yes, because they're supposed to be descendant from them. And then I notice other things because I'm paying that attention. And that's sort of what I mean. Like, I look at this book and I see Paul, this movie, and I see Paul, and I'm not necessarily familiar with the way he lives his life. Like, I've read my fair share of historical novels. I know how a duke's life should look.
Yeah.
But taking the trappings of that and putting them in a futuristic society where instead of having a strict older man teaching him Latin, he's got like this thing that is basically like a TV with a projector on it, and he's learning biology from it. Like, that's just unfamiliar enough that I'm actually paying attention. And I do spot the tiny little mouse-like creature in it that then becomes a plot point later. Like, I'm being primed to notice the shit that I need to notice because it's unfamiliar. It's just unfamiliar enough that I would notice it.
Yeah.
But, like, if he'd walked into his room and instead of having that, there'd been a giant screen on the wall and he just pressed the button and it played, I wouldn't have noticed that because that's familiar to me. That's a TV.
Yeah.
But this thing he's got here, like, the fuck is that? What, you pay attention to that. And that's a really interesting. I think that a lot of that's down to the production and the direction of the movie.
Yeah.
But it's also, I think that's something that has to exist in the original text to be adapted to the movie. So that's not something movies will do automatically. Like, movies are not designed to be difficult to access for the viewer. Like, the point of a movie is that you should be able to sit down and just watch it, and you shouldn't need any background. That's not what this movie is. This movie is something different.
So
any other final thoughts?
I can't wait to come back after the sequel.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I want to know, right, because you've all seen me like basically blind react to this movie today.
Yeah.
I want to know how many of my predictions are right, and if I'm a prophet or if I'm just really paying attention.
Yeah.
Something is it autism or Cassandra syndrome?
I mean, why couldn't Cassandra be autistic?
Yeah.
So, so on to shilling. Noodle.
I have a questionnaire ongoing. We dropped the link last time. I will give Ring the link to put in the description in the doobly-doo after this.
It is in the description.
Brill, it's already in the doobly-doo. Click the link if you are British and you have lost someone to COVID, preferably during the lockdown period. The reason I ask you to do that is there's a questionnaire. I am trying to figure out for people who've lost someone in COVID times and haven't needed psychiatric support for that. Like, I'm trying to figure out what you did differently so the rest of us can learn from you. So if we have bereavements, we can learn from what you did and how to process that shit healthily. And I want to be a therapist, and this is my thesis project. So you will actively be helping me learn those things that I could potentially be passing on to clients in future and helping people with. So it's very little effort if you want to make an impact on the world. Please do click the link and I'll be in touch if you're eligible for an interview. And that's what I've got to shill. Also, bus drivers are on strike in the UK next week. Solidarity.
Fuck yeah.
Oh,
I don't know why they're on strike. I haven't checked, but solidarity anyway. Because that's how solidarity works.
Yep. Kitty, anything to shill?
Oh, honestly, I have just been kind of chillaxing and doing my own thing. I don't know. I've just been enjoying popping on here for these Sunday streams since I've been getting up fucking early anyway. I woke up at 5:30 my time, so I could have joined you, but I was like, nah, I'm not getting out of bed. Fuck that. I was like, nah, I'll be there. I'll be there in time for the stream. I'm gonna stay in bed.
Yeah.
But that's pretty much it. Yeah.
Chaos?
I do not on my own behalf. However, I'm just going to bother in the private chat a link. My partner has recently published their third poetry book.
Nice.
And so I've sent a link to the website that they've published it on, which should link you to all three of the books. And I think one of the books is available as an ebook as well.
And before I get to my shilling, I have a congratulations to bestow.
Oh.
On someone who managed to get past my invisibility wards.
Oh yes, I did. I have just noticed. I'm just going in to remove them now.
Yeah.
They then means I exist. Do one.
Yeah. Like it should have been like it should have been noticeable given the context that we all have different pronouns behind our names.
Yeah.
But Anyways,
In fact, we actually have a
so
spectrum from she, her to they, them, plus a question mark.
yeah.
I know I don't normally because have pronouns, but everybody else did. So I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna do mine because
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
not?
anyways, next week we are sacrificing a stream to the algorithm gods by discussing Indiana Jones and the Raiders of the Lost Ark in honor of Indiana Jones 5 releasing that weekend. Or rather, the weekend after it, but we are kicking off catch up month with Independence Day.
And you mean the movie that makes me patriotic for a country I don't belong to?
Yes. And of course, next week I'm probably going to next Saturday. I'm probably going to do a live reaction / debunking / what have you to Ben Shapiro's review of Dune. So if you want to see me and any one of the panel who wish to torture themselves along with me, torture ourselves for your pleasure, please tune in. Time will be announced.
That won't be a fantasy, folks, either. So,
Yeah.
So basically what we're going to do is we're going to do a stream about a man who punches Nazis and then go verbally punch a Nazi.
No, we're going. So Saturday we're going to be verbally punching a Nazi, and then doing a stream on about a man punching Nazis.
Sounds like a good weekend to me.
Yeah. And with that, we'll move to taglines.
Take care, be good, and if you can't be good, remember, use your noodle.
Honestly, just don't be a dick, live and let live.
Have a day, and remember, communication is key.
And remember, the purpose of a storyteller is not to tell you what to think, but to give you questions to think on. Too often, we forget that.